Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're here to do HackerFrogs after school. All right, everybody, it's the first day of March, so we've got a new overlay for March. It's St. Patrick's Day themed, as you can see. Lots of green, lots of shamrocks, lots of leprechauns and rainbows, all that good stuff. All right, so we're going to be doing 3 different activities today, as is per usual, but we're doing our new themed version of HackerFrogs over here. So we're going to be doing our Linux theme on Monday, and we're going to be doing our web app theme on Wednesday, and we're going to do our Windows theme on Friday. So what's happening today? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to get into our HackerFrogs After School Cryptography class, and this is going to be the last session for today's class. We're going to be going over the RSA cipher. We're not necessarily going to get super involved into the workings of RSA, but we are going to be taking a look at a general overview of it and figuring out how to do a simple hack of something that is encrypted using this crypto system. All right, so that's going to be the first thing that we do today. The second thing that we're going to be doing today is we're going to work our way into our Linux content, and we're going to be doing so over at Dockerlabs. So Dockerlabs is a great little place that you can go to download vulnerable Docker containers that you can hack against. So we're going to be going over how to set up these Docker containers, and we're going to go over a few different boxes here in the very easy category, or in Spanish. This is a Spanish website, by the way. It's called Muy Fácil. So hopefully it's everything's going to go without a hitch. I took some notes the last time I went through these machines, and hopefully those are enough to see us through. So that's going to be the second piece of content for today's stream, and in the third and fourth hours of today's stream, we're going to be moving on to more Docker labs. So these are going to be more Linux hacking exercises, but this time we do not know what we're dealing with. So there are a bunch of different boxes on this on Docker Labs, and they're of varying difficulty. We've taken a look at the very easy challenges. We finished all those, and we're looking at the easy challenges over here. I think we've worked through up until this one over here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 6 more challenges in the easy category to, oh wait, there's way more than I thought. Okay, so we're going to be working over. So the first machine we're going to be covering is the secret Jenkins box over here. And then if we finish that one, we'll move on to the hidden cat. And if that one is finished as well, we'll move on to the back end. So there are a lot of boxes in this easy category. So it's going to take quite a while for us to work through them all. But that's going to be the third piece of content for today. And without further ado, let's move on to the first piece of content today, which is going to be cryptography. So we're only going to be, since cryptography is my weakest subject as far as cybersecurity is concerned, it's not going to get super in-depth as far as what we're going to be doing with modern cryptography, but we will be using PicoCTF. So if you don't have an account over at PicoCTF.org, then now's the good time to go ahead and create one over there. And for anybody who's interested, we have there's going to be an event going on over at PicoCTF, and that event is called PicoCTF 2025. It is the yearly PicoCTF event, and we're trying to come up with a team to tackle these challenges. So there's team play enabled over here, and you can form a team of up to 5 different people. Of course, we're not going to be competing for prizes because we're here to do CTF challenges as an educational experience. All right, so anyways, enough about that. Let's talk about cryptography. All right, so this is HackerFrogs After School Cryptography Basics Session 6. So hey there, HackerFrogs. This workshop is the 6th and final session for Cryptography Basics. In the last workshop, we learned about the following cryptography concepts. We learned about the XOR operation, the XOR or XOR operation. is a bitwise operator which can be performed between two or more numbers and returns the number of bits, it returns the number 0 if the bits are the same and 1 if they are different. So the XOR operator is actually very interesting, and it can be applied to all sorts of advanced mathematics as well as crypto systems. One interesting thing to note about XOR is that there are a number of rules that it follows, such as the order of the numbers not mattering too much, as well as if there are three numbers that are all XORed together, then you can get the results of one of them by XORing the two numbers that you have together. And this is a good way to do some simple cryptography as well. All right, so let's move on from XOR and talk about what we're talking about today, which is going to be the RSA crypto system, an overview of it. And then we're going to be talking about the PicoCTF mini RSA challenges. There's a couple of them, and we're going to be working through them to understand a little bit more about the RSA crypto system and how to potentially hack against it. Okay, so let's do our introduction to RSA. And RSA is an acronym that takes its creators' last names, Ron Rivest, Adi Shemnir, and Leonard Edelman, and it's a public key crypto system. So you might ask yourself, what is a public key crypto system? This concept is very important to understanding what RSA is as a whole. So public key cryptography is a system in which each party, the sender and the receiver, create a public key and a private key using the RSA system. And you use these public keys and private keys for encryption and decryption purposes. And in order to send a message to somebody using RSA, you have to have their public key. So remember that these public keys are they're not considered to be private information, but we'll talk a little bit more about how these are used. So here's an example of what happens if two parties, let's call them Alice and Bob, want to exchange keys and start sending messages using the RSA crypto system. So the first step is that Alice and Bob exchange public keys. So if Alice wants to send Bob an encrypted message with public key cryptography, first the two would exchange public keys. So there's actually one step that goes before this, and that's creating those keys in the first place. So you can use a few different programs to create RSA public and private keys, and that would be the first step. And then the two parties involved would exchange their public keys. So public keys are exchanged, and then Alice takes her message, then uses Bob's public key to encrypt the message and sends it to Bob. Even if the encrypted message is captured, it cannot be read since it's encrypted. So this is how we ensure that nothing can be intercepted in transit, because even if they do intercept any traffic that is encrypted using the public keys, only the person with the private key would be able to decrypt it. So in short, Alice encrypts her message to Bob using Bob's private, this should be public key, and then sends it to Bob, okay? And the last step is Bob would decrypt Alice's message using Bob's private key, and then is able to read Alice's message. So on receiving the message, Bob can decrypt the message using his private key. Remember that this message was encrypted using Bob's public key, so he can decrypt it using his private key, and then he can read the message. So if Bob wants to respond, he would encrypt a message using Alice's public key, etc., etc. And this is how the messages would be sent back and forth in an encrypted manner. So public key cryptography is widely used on the internet to secure systems such as HTTPS, SSH, and VPNs. So there are a bunch of different applications for public key cryptography, and there are a number of different crypto systems that can be used with public key cryptography, but RSA is one of these crypto systems. All right, so let's talk a little bit about RSA hacking. So although RSA is a popular system and considered to be secure, this method of encryption, it is possible to decrypt RSA messages if the keys were created insecurely. And we'll go over one of those cases now. So anything that is inherently secure can be made insecure with the wrong settings. So we're talking about the cube root attack, and so this is also called the small exponent attack or the small e attack, I think. But a cube root attack is a cryptographic attack which takes advantage of a small public exponent, which is the letter E, in the RSA encryption. So if this attack is successful, the encrypted message can be read without use of the private key. So in this case, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking a look at a couple of scenarios where where this key is created insecurely, and we can perform such a cube root attack. So to determine if a specific message encrypted with an RSA public key can be vulnerable to the cube root attack, there are two conditions that must be met. So the first condition is that the exponent, or the E value that was used in the public key, must be sufficiently small. So in this case, it is quite a small number here. This is the number 3. And then the second condition is that the ciphertext, or C in this case, and in turn the plain text, which is usually represented with the letter M, is sufficiently short. So if the ciphertext is small and the exponent is small, then we could potentially perform this cube root attack, otherwise known as the small exponent attack. So we're going to be doing so through the PicoCTF platform over here and their challenge called Mini RSA. So we're going to go over to PicoCTF, and this challenge right here, I'll leave the challenge link in the chat. Oh, that got cut off. Let me, that should be the correct one. Okay, so let's go ahead and venture over there. All right, so before we start the challenge, what we should probably do is we should probably start up a web shell. So PicoCTF allows people to use their virtual machines for solving challenges. So we should probably access those virtual machines in order to solve this challenge. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this button over here, which is labeled Web Shell. Once you've logged into PicoCTF, you want to click on Practice. And then after that, you're going to see this button over here. And looks like okay. So let's go ahead and open up the web shell. So over on the right-hand side, there's this button labeled Web Shell. We want to click on it. And then you're going to see the PicoCTF web shell initialize. So after it's done that, you want to click on this button right here. So in the PicoCTF web shell, there's a help button, and then beside it, there's this other button labeled Pop Out Web Shell Terminal. We want to click on this, and then we'll see that our web shell is going to be rendered in a full-sized browser tab. So if for some reason the server is unresponsive, you're going to want to go back and open up the web shell and then press the pop-out web shell terminal again, and hopefully it will give you a response then. Sometimes it takes a few different tries to get this working. It looks like I've got a bunch of files in here. I'm going to get rid of them. Let's see. So these debugger ones, I'm going to get rid of those. I'm going to get rid of the crackme. I'm going to get rid of the R2. Okay, so what's in here still? So picker, let's get rid of this one as well. Okay. So once you're in your web shell, what you want to do is, well, we're going to go into our nano editor, and we're going to get ready to we're going to get ready to, actually what we're going to do is we're going to download a file. So over here at PicoCTF, we're going to access the challenge link again. Let me go ahead and grab that. Whoops. Okay. And let's take a look at the mini RSA challenge over here. So mini RSA is a medium level challenge in the cryptography category from PicoCTF 2021. The description says, what happens if you have a small exponent? There is a twist though. We've padded the plain text so that M** E is just barely larger than N. Let's decrypt this. And they've got some ciphertext over here. So, this could be a bit of a challenge. Okay. So they've got the ciphertext here. What we're going to do is we're going to copy the link. So in the challenge, there's a link, the ciphertext. We're going to right click, select copy link, and then go back to our web shell. So if you don't interact with the web shell for a little bit, it will log you out, but you can press enter to log back into your web shell session. Okay. So from there, what we're going to do is we're going to download the file. So we're just going to do wget and then space and then paste in the file location. So it's going to end in the word ciphertext like this. If you don't know where to find the link, it is on the PicoCTF challenge description over here, right over here. Okay, so after that, wget space and then the file location, hit enter, and that's going to download the file. So the file is called ciphertext. After you download it, when you do the ls command, you're going to see the ciphertext file in here. And what we can do is we can take a look at the contents of the file by using the cat command. Okay, so we've got the ciphertext over here. We've got the e value over here. So the exponent value, which is 3, which is pretty small, which means that this message could be vulnerable to the cube root attack. So the ciphertext over here, this is a very long decimal string, and this could be when we get the plain text. What we're going to be doing is we're also going to get a very long decimal string. What we're going to do is we're going to revert that into a message, and then we're going to print that out. So we also have the n value over here, and the n value, I think that's called the modulus. So that's one of the mathematical features that we need to use to perform regular decryption with the RSA system. But anyways, there are a number of ways we can go about doing this attack, and I've actually written up a little script. These kind of scripts, you can find them on the internet by searching up things like cube root attack RSA, and you can start clicking around on some links. If you want to get something that's going to be usable code, you could try looking on GitHub as well. So, for example, over here, we've got a little GitHub repository, low exponent RSA attack, and then, oh, there's just a README. There's no actual script. I'm looking for a Python script. Let's add Python to this. Okay, actually over here there's what is called an RSA CTF tool. Okay, so it's used. I guess this qualifies as something we could use because it is used for CTFs, and we're also doing CTFs over here. But I actually have my own script over here, and it is located over here. Let me get the link for everybody. So this is called the cuberootattack.py file. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go over the script, and first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to create the script inside of Nano, inside of our web shell. So we're going to do nano space cube underscore root underscore attack dot py. So py means a Python file, and we're going to start editing this file here. We're going to paste in all of the, ooh, that's not it. Hold on. Okay, so we're just going to grab the code from that script. It is here. Copy the raw file, okay, and then go over to the web shell. In the web shell, paste in the code, and let's go over very quickly what's happening inside the code. So we're going to be using a module. We're going to import a module first of all, and this is the SimPy module, and we're going to import this function right here, integer nth root. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the three values from the RSA message, and that is the n value or the modulus, the e value or the exponent, and the c value or the ciphertext value. And what we're going to do is we're going to start doing a an operation on it. So m is perfect cube. Is perfect cube. We're gonna determine if we're able to do the attack by running this function on it. So the integer nth root. So this is the one that we imported from the SimPy module, okay, and it takes in two arguments here: the c value, which is the ciphertext, and the e value, which is the exponent over here. And so if this comes back true, and this comes back either true or false, so is perfect cube. If so, we're going to decrypt the plain text, and the plain text is represented by this value over here, m. And what we're going to do is we're going to decrypt the characters one by one, and then we're going to print them out. So afterwards, so print the decrypted plain text and then print it out. So this is going to be a very, very long integer, just like what the c value is. The c value is also a very, very long integer. And what we need to do afterwards is we need to decode it back into readable characters. So afterwards, we're going to define this plain text over here, and that's going to be the m bytes. So first of all, we need to turn the this integer into bytes, because this bytes are the format that that we prefer when we do our decoding operation. So we're going to decode it into UTF-8, and UTF-8 is very similar to ASCII, and we're going to decode it into those characters, and then we're going to print out the value in UTF-8. Okay, so before we run this, these are not the values from these are not the values from this particular exercise. We're going to need to replace these with the values from the exercise. So let's go ahead and plug those in. So let's save this out, and let's copy out these numbers here. So we're just going to copy these, go down all the way down, copy them, and then we're going to go back into the cube root attack script. I think we can get rid of all these. And then from here, we're just going to paste in everything that we copied. Okay, so n is this integer, e is this integer, and ciphertext, or c, is this integer. So we're going to make sure that these all fit to Python standards. And thank you, Ronan. Thank you very much for the subscription on Tier 1. Thank you. Thank you very much. And hello, Ronan. Nice to see you here. And let's give you a hack the planet, because that is what we do around here.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
So we're just trying to figure out how to hack this insecure RSA message. So we've got all these values over here that we're plugging in, and then we're doing some sophisticated math. I I'm not a math person, so I wish I was a person who was able to explain a lot about exactly how these crypto systems work, but that is not my specialty. My specialty, what is my specialty? I don't really have a specialty, but I try to learn as much as I need to hack things. And I think a lot of other hacker people do the same kind of thing. They do some research. They do enough research to get the hack done. All right, so let's save out this script over here, and let's see if it is able to perform the cube root attack on the RSA message. So we're just going to Python the cube root attack.py script, and it says the ciphertext is not a perfect cube. Further analysis is needed. Huh. I guess the challenge did give us this warning over here. It says we've padded the plain text so that cube exponent of m exponent of e is just barely larger than n. Let's decrypt this ciphertext. Okay, so we probably need to find another tool to do this. And let's take a look at some of these hints. So hints, there's an RSA tutorial. So how could having too small of an e affect the security of this key? So usually, if we're able to figure out if the numbers are small enough, as in the ciphertext and the plaintext message, then they would be vulnerable to the attack. So to make sure you don't lose precision, the numbers are pretty big besides the e value, okay? You shouldn't have to make too many guesses. Do we need to make guesses? It says Pico is in the flag, but not at the beginning. Okay, so it looks like it's slightly more sophisticated puzzle over here. So we've got ads running on Twitch. While there are ads running, we're not going to proceed. We're going to take a little break. And for everybody on YouTube, you also are going to have a little ad break in 3, 2, 1. And I've got these Newbird videos that I managed to find, and these ones are surprisingly crisp. So here's our favorite Stellar J. I think he's going to come back in just a little bit, but everybody, I'm going to take a little water break just a sec. That's a little house finch. It's another great little bird that shows up around here. These guys really love their sunflower seeds. See if the Stellar J should be coming back. Actually, these guys are pretty fun too. So these are house finches. So the male house finch is the one with the red on his head, and the female house finch is the one that is a little less fancy. Anyways, let's put the birds away. We might be taking a look at them a little later during the next break. Okay, so let's see if we can find another tool that we can use to try to figure out this puzzle here. So we've got the RSA tool that we found on GitHub over here, and we could try using this script over here. And how do we use this? So it's designed to decrypt data from weak public keys and attempt to recover the corresponding private key. So this is retrieving the private key? That's interesting. Let me see if I can find another slightly simpler tool. So let's see, cube root attack. Pure Python solution for RSA small exponent attack. Okay. All right, so we've got one over here. Let's go ahead and try this one. this is the script. Let's try it out over here. Nano, I think they called this one small e. And before we run this, let's go ahead and take a look at what the script is doing. So it says goal, pure Python solution for RSA small exponent attack. Since cipher is very large integer, Python generally throws overthrow error. To solve that, I have used the decimal module, which is part of the standard Python library. Decimal module offers user defined precision, which can be increased as much as we want. Here, precision equals number of decimal places. Default is 28. Okay, so it looks like we're going to be plugging in our values over here. So E is going to be 3. C for cipher is going to be whatever number is over here. And I think I is for iterations. I'm not exactly sure. Okay, let's go ahead and, so the E value for our challenge is the same, but the C value we can plug in over here. So let's go ahead and get the we're going to get the C value from the challenge. So let's save this out. Take a look at the ciphertext, which is this. Okay, copy that. Then let's plug that into our file. Okay, we're going to paste in our big number. Then we're going to save out the script. Let's try running the script. So Python small e.py, and I wonder if it's going to give us a number, or if it's going to give us the bytes of the plain text. It's taking a while to run. So I guess what it's trying to do is it's trying to iterate through a bunch of different possibilities. That's my guess. We can take a look at the GitHub over here. Okay, so precision is equal to number of decimal places. Default value is 28, but that won't be enough for large integers. Okay, so I guess the I is the number of iterations, and I guess that's the precision of which we're going to be attacking this particular set of data. But let's take a look and see if it came back. It's still running. Okay. So here's the thing. I ran my script against another one of these challenges, but not this challenge. So that's why I guess the script that I wrote is not quite sufficient for using it against this challenge. But let's see if the script that we got from the other guy is able to get this done. It is running pretty dang slow. Well, maybe that's not exactly fair, but we'll wait for this a little longer, and let's just take a look and see what's going on here. So I equals 100. So we've got a little loop. So while I is less than 2000, we're going to set the precision, get context.pr. Not sure what this function does. But what we're going to do is we're going to calculate the cube root with the values wrapped in decimals, then they're rounded off using decimal to integral extract. All right, and then let's take a look at, so the Python script is still going. Okay, so we might move on to the other challenge, because I do know that the script that we wrote does work for the other challenge. So let's go ahead and take a look at that one. instead. So this is the other challenge. So it's a little bit misleading that both of these challenges are called mini RSA, but the other challenge that's called mini RSA, this is the one that I've solved before. So let me grab this link and provide it to everybody. Oreo Byte, hello, nice to see you here. And let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat for you? Okay, so let's go back to PicoCTF and let's try out the other challenge. So the other challenge is mini RSA. It's got virtually the same title as the other challenge. It says, let's decrypt this ciphertext. Something seems a bit small. So we're talking again about the small C values and the E values, E for exponent. And let's go ahead and try downloading this. So we're just going to go back to our web shell. We're going to quit out of there. It looks like it wasn't, well, I'm not too sure how much longer that would have taken. But let's remove the other ciphertext and download this new ciphertext. Okay, so the new ciphertext is here. So in the new ciphertext, we've got our N value, we've got our E value, and we've got our C value. So the C is for the ciphertext. If the ciphertext is sufficiently small and the E value is also sufficiently small, then we could potentially pull off this attack. Which of course means that the solution to your RSA messages not being vulnerable to this kind of small root attack is to make sure that your ciphertext is sufficiently large, and if you've got a small amount of plain text, you could pad out the contents in order to make sure that the ciphertext and the plain text is large enough so that it's not vulnerable to this kind of small exponent attack. You can also make sure that your exponent is larger when you're creating your RSA key, and that's going to also keep your messages safe from this kind of attack as well. So I think everything else was the same. So we're just going to copy the ciphertext here, and then we're going to modify the script. So in the script, we're going to modify the value of C and paste in this value over here. Okay, so once again, with all of these values in place, we're going to import a function, and the function is going to make sure that that the results of the ciphertext and the exponent here are going to be a perfect cube, and if so, then it's going to try to decrypt the ciphertext into plain text. So let's go ahead and save out the file, and then let's run the script. Okay, so it managed to decrypt the plain text, and when it decrypted the plain text, it decrypted it into this large integer here, and the integer needs to be turned into needs to be turned into bytes before it can be rendered as ASCII text. So when it's rendered as ASCII text, then it takes this form over here, which is a PicoCTF flag. So we can go ahead and copy this and then go back to the challenge. And in the challenge description, in the flag submission field, we're going to submit that flag, and then we are finished the challenge. Awesome. Okay. So before we finish up, let's see how we create these RSA keys, because this is something that that I'm interested in. Let's go ahead and Google this. How to create RSA keys, and let's try doing it with the OpenSSL command inside of Linux. Okay, to create RSA keys using OpenSSL, use the command. Okay, so let's go ahead and try this out. We can go back to our web shell, We can paste in the command. I guess we'll make a key pair called HackerFrog and key size. I wonder what key size we should use. Probably teaches us over here as well. Show more. Okay, for example, to create a 2048-bit RSA key pair, we would do it like this. So this is the size of the key, 2048. Okay, let's go ahead and try that. Okay, so we should see that there is a key in here. So HackerFrog.pem. If we do file on this particular file, it is ASCII text. Okay, so let's take a look at the contents of this key file over here. All right, so this is a key. So this is a private key. So this is a private key that's been base 64. I'm pretty sure this is base 64 encoded. And I think what we can do is we can extract the public part of the key from here. Let's go ahead and learn how to do that. So to extract the public key, we would need to run OpenSSL on our key and then create the public key like this. All right, so let's go ahead and copy the command. And of course, we're using the HackerFrog.pem. And we're going to create HackerFrog.pub for the public key. Okay, did I? Ooh, this is the wrong terminal. This is my Kali Linux terminal. I should be using the web shell terminal. Let's go ahead and go back. All right. So we've got the HackerFrog private key, which is the PM file. We're going to be using OpenSSL to create the public key over here. Writing RSA key. Okay, so let's take a look at the public key. So the public key looks like this. So an interesting thing is, so this is the key. What I want to do is I want to try encrypting a file using the public key, and then we can take a look and see if it looks anything like the message that we saw in the challenges. So let's go ahead and okay, choose a large key size. Great. Protect your private key. Okay, so OpenSSL encrypt message with public key. Okay, so we've got a little article over here. Encrypting and decrypting files with OpenSSL. Okay, great. How to encrypt files with OpenSSL. Generate key pairs. Okay, we've done this already. And then we extract the public keys. All right, we've done that. Exchange public keys. We don't need to exchange public keys in this case because we're just one person. Exchange encrypted messages with public keys. Okay, so we want to create a file that with a message. I guess we could create one over here. Whoops, we need to go to our web shell. Web shell. So let's create a message. Echo secret message.txt. We're going to echo HackerFrogs rule. Okay, so after that we've got our secret message.txt here, and let's go ahead and what is that? What's the command for encrypting? Okay, so OpenSSL RSAUT. I'm not too sure what this part does. but we're going to, let me grab this command here. Okay, so we've got this command here. Whoops, I keep on using the wrong terminal. I should be using the web shell. Okay, so we're going to be putting in secret message.txt, and the out file is going to be secret message.enc for encrypted. Okay, so we also need to specify the key, and let's use hackfrog.pub. The command RSAUTL was deprecated in version 3. Use PicoCTF instead. Let's see if it created the file anyways. So it looks like it did create the file. So we got this secret message.enc here. Let's, if we read this, this is not readable. So what we need to do is we need to decrypt the message before we can read it. So let's rename secret message.txt just so that it's not in the way anymore. Let's call it old secret message. Okay, so from here, what we want to do is we want to decode this file right here using the public key. And actually, here's a good question. Can we extract the ciphertext from this file over here, secret message.enc? So if we let's try asking. So we'll try asking DeepSeek. If we have a encrypted file that was encrypted with RSA within RSA public key, can we extract the exponent and ciphertext values from it? I'm pretty sure we have to use some sort of specialized tool to do that. Okay, use understanding RSA encryption, lots of math, okay. Extracting the exponent E. So the exponent E is part of the public key, not part of the ciphertext itself. If you have access to the public key, you can extract E from it. Okay. So we would run, this will display the modulus N and the exponent E. Okay, so this is something that we could take a look at to better understand. Inside our web shell, let's go ahead and try using the RSA command on hackfrog.pem. Not hackfrog. Let's take a look at hackfrog.pub. Okay, so the exponent here is pretty large. It is not 3 like it was in the other challenge over there, but over here it's going to be 65,000. That's probably pretty good. Of course, I don't have too much experience with this stuff, and which not too much experience, basically pretty much next to 0. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if we can get the modulus from this. This will display the modulus in the exponent E. So what is the modulus in the output? So is that, oh, okay. So this is the modulus. So a bunch of bytes over here. So we could probably translate this from hex over to decimal and then put it all together, and we would get a really big decimal number. Okay, so extracting the ciphertext. The ciphertext is encrypted data itself. If the file contains only the ciphertext, you can directly read it. If the file includes additional metadata, you may need to parse the file to isolate the ciphertext. Okay, so I guess it's not such a simple process to extract the ciphertext alone. So okay, let's try decrypting the file. So using OpenSSL and the private key, how would we decrypt the encrypted file? So it's also probably in this article over here as well. So the encrypted file is going to have a bunch of nonsense information that you can't really read. Decrypting the file using the private key. Okay. So you use OpenSSL, but this time you do the decrypt function instead of the encrypt function. Great. All right, let's go ahead and do that over at the web shell. Okay, so we've got our private key, which is going to be hackfrog.pem. We're going to take in secret message.enc, and we're going to output a file called decrypted.txt. Okay, so it looks like we did create the decrypted.txt file, and if we read it, HackerFrogs rule. Awesome. Okay, yeah, so we created an RSA key pair, and then we extracted the public key. We used it to encrypt a message, and then we were able to decrypt the message using the same key, well, the private key, just like what they do in the movies. Awesome. All right, so everybody, that was, let's do a little recap of what we learned about today. So let's review the cryptography concepts we learned in this workshop. So introduction to RSA. So when I say introduction, I really mean introduction, because we didn't talk too much about how RSA actually works, but we did talk a little bit about how public key crypto systems work. So RSA, which is an acronym for its creators, Ron Rivest, Adi Shamnir, and Leonard Edelman, is a public key crypto system. So we also talked about how we could potentially exploit RSA if it is not configured correctly. And although RSA is considered secure, it can be hacked if it is used with insecure settings. And one such attack that could be leveraged against it is the cube root attack. So if the exponent used in the creation of the public and private keys is very, very small, and the ciphertext is also very small, then it could be hacked using this cube root attack. All right, so what are we going to be doing in the next session? So this is the end of our HackerFrogs After School Cryptography course, but tune in next time when we're going to be starting a new course on network hacking. So to anybody who's curious about how we do our CTF box exercises, where we hack into a server that we put on the same network as our Kali Linux machine, and we hack until we have the highest access. We're going to be starting a course on doing these kind of things, these kind of activities, and it's going to be called Network Hacking. It's going to be in the next session, and the next session is going to be on Wednesday, so please look forward to that. But we're going to be finishing out our cryptography course, and we're going to be starting our Linux hacking. So the next activity for today's stream is Linux hacking, and we're going to be hacking over at Dockerlabs.es. So if anybody's interested in joining us, you can go ahead and go to this link right here, Dockerlabs.es. It is a Spanish language site, but hacking transcends languages. And we're going to be downloading the machines. We're going to be hacking against them. If we encounter some Spanish we don't know, which is a lot of it, we're going to be using the Google Translate site, translate.google.com to help us out. Okay, so let's I need to do a little introduction because I'm going to be turning all these things into YouTube videos eventually. All right, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Dockerlabs very easy machines. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to figure out how to download these machines and deploy them to our system. So, of course, Dockerlabs makes use of Docker containers. And exactly how we're going to be deploying these containers, that's what we're going to be explaining right now. So this is the injection machine over here. This is the first machine we're going to be hacking against. And in order to do that, we need to download the container first. So there's a button over here that, well, it's an arrow that goes down, so we can assume that that's going to be download. We can click on that, and then it's going to bring us to the download site. All right, from there, we can click on download, and the Docker container, well, not the Docker container, but the zip file which contains the Docker container, that's going to be downloaded to our machine. So if you're working with Kali Linux, like I am over here, then you're going to see that the zip file is going to be in your downloads directory. So let's go over to our tab over here. So we're in the downloads directory now. We're going to see that the machine that the zip file that we downloaded is over here. So the first thing we need to do is we need to unzip this file. Okay, we've got ads running on Twitch, so we're going to do ads on YouTube as well. Ads on YouTube in 3, 2, 1. And we're going to take a little water break. But during the water break, we can watch the birds. How about these birds? Just a sec, everybody. I'll be back. Just got to have a little water. This is a fun little bird. It's called the spotted towhee, and it's I'm not too sure what the range is for the spotted towhee, but it's got these really scary looking red eyes, and it's got these spots on its wings. That's why it's called the spotted towhee. But aside from that, it's got some orange on its flanks, and it is a very shy bird. You will not be able to see this thing up close if you're not using binoculars or something. But I think there was one other bird no, that's the only bird that appears in here. Okay. All right, so let's get back to the hacking. And I'm kind of interested in what the range is for the spotted towhee. Spotted towhee. So yeah, this is the spotted towhee here, and I wonder where it lives. So it lives over here. So if you live somewhere in here in North America, I guess I should be lucky that I see it at all because it's on I'm at the pretty much the northernmost edge of its range. Okay, let's keep on hacking. All right, so we have the injection.zip file here, and if we want to deploy the Docker container, we need to unzip this file. So we just need to use the unzip command, and that's going to unzip this zip file, but inside is a tar file. So you might think that the tar file is something we need to unzip as well, but that's not the case. So for each one of these Dockerlabs machines, it comes with this autodeploy.sh script. So autodeploy is here, and if we take a look at the contents of the file is basically going to deploy the Docker container. Of course, most of the comments here are in Spanish, but we're going to trust that the people over at Dockerlabs don't want to hack us, because we're going to have to run this script in order to deploy the machine. So in order to deploy the machine, what we're going to do is we're going to use the chmod command plus X for execute, and we're going to apply it to the autodeploy.sh script. So after that, you're going to see that the autodeploy.sh script is executable, and in order to deploy the machine, we need to run the autodeploy.sh script, and we need to specify the tar file with the Docker container that we want to deploy. So in this case, it's injection.tar. So we're going to give this command, and then we're going to receive this message here. So estamos desplegando la máquina vulnerable, espere un momento. So that's deploying the vulnerable machine, please wait. And then after a few moments, it's going to give us the IP address that the Docker container can be interacted with at. So for all of these challenges, the IP address is going to be 172.17.0.2. Actually, that's not true. Some of the challenges are 172.18.0.2, but for most of the challenges, this is going to be the IP address. So this is both a good thing because that means we don't need to change our IP addresses all that much while we do hacking against these machines. But there are some disadvantages because well, we'll find out that the SSH, if we need to log into these machines via SSH, it can become a little bit complicated, and we'll need to clear out our SSH host file every once in a while because we're going to be using the same IP addresses over and over again. So let's go ahead and start this machine. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some nmap scans against it. So nmap, we're going to scan against all the ports. We're going to scan it very fast but not too fast, and we're going to be scanning against the specified IP address. So it's going to be 172.17.0.2. So when we scan this machine, we're going to scan all the ports with this option here. We're going to scan it very verbose with this option here. We're going to scan it very fast but not too fast with this option here. And we're going to scan it and get the versioning information, and we're going to run common scripts with this option here. Okay, so let's go ahead and run that nmap scan. So we're going to see that there are 2 ports available on the machine, and the 2 ports are port 22 and port 80. So port 22 is running SSH, so this is the remote login service, and we see that it is running with this version right here. So sometimes, very, very rarely, you will have a version of OpenSSH that is vulnerable to some sort of exploit. It's not the case in most cases. It's not the case in this case. But the other thing that we see is that port 80 is open, and port 80 is the web port, HTTP with no security, and we see that it is open on port 80 with the Apache web server software running this version right here. Okay, so what we want to do next is we want to investigate the website associated with the server. So we're going to go over and use our web browser, and we're going to navigate to HTTP 172.17.0.2, and we're going to see that there's a login form here. So when we see a login form, there's all sorts of enumeration that we can do against it. Not the least of which is taking a look at the HTTP source associated with the page. So we could do keyboard shortcut Control U to take a look at the source code for this page. Sometimes there's some good information that can be obtained by taking a look at the source code here. And one thing that we can get from taking a look at this page here is that this is the endpoint that has the login form, and it's called index.php. So sometimes this is important information. But anyways, let's go back. So another thing that we should test for every time we see a login page is we should test it for SQL injection. So SQL injection is basically trying to run database commands on the login form and trying to bypass the login page. So when we're dealing with these login pages, we can test for simple login bypass by running this kind of payload right here. So if we're interacting with the database, and anytime you're trying to log in, you're interacting with a database that has a list of usernames and passwords. And this command right here, if the web application is vulnerable, will let us log in, usually as the admin user. So the single quote over here is going to break out of the SQL statement, and then we provide a true statement over here, or 1 equals 1, which is going to return true, and then we're going to comment out all of the other code in the SQL statement after that with the double dashes here. Double dashes followed by another space. So the reason we do this is because the type of SQL statement that is used to log people in, it's going to be a true or false statement. So it's either going to be this username with this password where the username and password are correct, or it's going to be this other thing that we provide here, 1 equals 1, which is a true statement. So for the password, it doesn't matter what we provide for the password. And if it works, we're going to log into the web application. So we click log in, and then we get this message. So it says, welcome, Dylan. Thank you very much for GXX000 has just resubscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, DXX000, and welcome back to the HackerFrogs. Let's give you a fun little video redeem. How about the bully bird? I know how much you love this guy. That's one bird bullying another bird, but they're just so cute. All right, so we got so it says welcome Dylan. Insertado. Anyways, let's try translating this page. So translate the page from Spanish to English. Let's translate it. And GX000 says, I prefer bullying frogs. How about this frog? Okay, so now that we've translated the Spanish here, it says, welcome Dylan, you have correctly inserted your password and some sort of alphanumeric string. GX00 says, I still don't see the bud frogs. Well, the bud frogs, they're coming soon. They're coming soon. I only, but thank you very much for keeping me honest about that. Anyways, we've got so we have the password and we have a username over here. So we can use this credential set to log into the server. So let's go ahead and go over to here. We're going to SSH as the Dylan user. And it's going to be to 172.17.02. Okay, it's going to ask us if we want to continue connecting. The answer is yes. For the password, we're going to paste in the password that we just got. Of course, we can do right click and then paste selection, or paste clipboard to paste it in as well. Hit enter, and then we're logged in. Okay, so we ask who am I? It says we are the Dylan user, which means we're in. And we're going to call Scary Hacker Voice Man to talk about what happened here.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Injection Web Administrator, you thought it would be okay to insecurely code your web application login page, huh? Well, That means you left it vulnerable to SQL injection and we were able to log in. That was a big mistake. We capitalized on your mistake and then we retrieved the Dylan user's password and we logged in. Maybe you knew about these security flaws, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk, and now we're in.
Okay, we're in. Yes, Dante, we are in. Thank you, thank you. All right, so let's so from here, what we need to do is we need to figure out how to escalate our privileges. So this is in the security scene, we call this privilege escalation, and it's basically trying to figure out how to go from a low-level user to the highest level of user, and on these Linux machines, that is the root user. So one very typical thing that we would check is if our current user has any sudo permissions. So sudo permissions are basically commands that we can run as the super user, and we would check like this: sudo -l for list, and we see that the sudo command is not found. Okay, so another thing we can do is we can check to see if there are SUID binaries on the system. So SUID binaries are commands that run as another user, and we check for it with this command right here. So it's going to be find in the entire file system. So we're going to look for files with a certain permission, and actually wait, perm, yeah, it's perm, just like this. And we're going to find that there is one unusual SUID binary in this bunch over here. So there are certain binaries that are supposed to run with the SUID bet set. And if we take a look at something like this one that we're going to be exploiting in just a second, if we take a look at the file permissions on this file here, we see that the file is the env binary, which is used to run commands with the certain environmental variables. It is owned by root, and it does have the SUID bit set. That means that when we run this command, we're running it as root. And the problem with that is that certain binaries, when run with the SUID bit set, can give you elevated privileges. So what we would do normally is we would check for these kind of vulnerabilities on a site like GTFO bins, and GTFO bins is a great resource for figuring out if you can do privilege escalation with certain Linux binaries. So there's a search bar here, and we can search for the env binary, and it says that there's a function for shell, SUID, and sudo. So we've got SUID capabilities with this command. So it says here that if the binary has the SUID bit set, it does not drop the elevated privileges and may be abused to access the file system. So what does it say over here? So we can use this command over here to abuse the SUID binary. So it's env /bin/sh-p. So I think the -p is meant to preserve your what is it called? Your user permissions. Let me check real quick. Okay, so over here, env help. Okay, so we can run this with dash. Oh, it doesn't say what the -p does. Actually, let's do man env. Oh, we don't have man pages here. You know where we do have man pages? On our Kali Linux system. Okay, so we've got, I don't see the P here either. Maybe we don't need to use the P. anyways, let's go ahead and do privilege escalation. So to do privilege escalation, we would run the env binary, and env is a SUID binary, so that means it's running as root, and we would run bash. So okay, so maybe we do we're running bash over here, but we're the Dylan user. Let's get out of here and let's do -p. So -p might help us preserve our user permissions, and in this case it works. So when we run the env binary with the -p flag over here, it creates a new bash shell, and because it is a SUID binary, we now have a root shell. So we are root. So that means
What are you?
I'm system root.
okay, so what are we going to do with our access here? We're going to move into the root directory. And now that we're here, we're in the root directory. And the thing about these challenges is that there are no traditional flags for these challenges. Thank you very much for following Wolkmore. Thank you very much for following. You are now a HackerFrog. And Nino says, thumbs up, seems good, man. Thank you very much. And welcome to the stream. Have a Hack the Planet on me.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in the...
So since there's no flag here, we're going to create our own flag. And we're just going to do some graffiti. This is some classic classic hacker activity. We're going to deface the server a little bit. So we're just going to echo out a message, and the message is going to be HackerFrogs rule, and we're going to output that to graffiti.txt. So we created our graffiti.txt file in the root directory, and it says HackerFrogs rule. Okay, so that means we've effectively finished the exercise. All right, so that was a guided walkthrough for the injection machine over on Dockerlabs.es. All right, so if you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons underneath the video and leave a comment on the video as well. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. But we're not finished. We're not finished. That's just something I got to say for my YouTube videos, because I have to turn all these into YouTube videos because I'm trying to be a content creator. Yeah. So everybody, let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be the trust challenge over here. But before we start that one, I'm just going to do a little bit of house cleaning. So we're just going to get out of here, and we're going to shut down the Docker container. So Control-C to shut it down. And we're also going to get rid of the SSH entry for this particular IP address, 172.17.02. So we're going to do that with this command over here, SSH keygen on my SSH known hosts file here. And I'm going to remove the entry for this IP address, because if I don't, then there are going to be some errors later. Okay, so after that, we are done. And I think don't have anything else we need to. Okay, let's start the next challenge. Actually, before we do that, we need to delete the previous files. So injection.tar, let's get rid of these. And let's get rid of the auto deploy script. Okay, let's go ahead and download the next challenge. So the next challenge, so we're going to be working on these we're going to be doing walkthroughs for these machines for the next 40 minutes or so. So at the top of the next hour, we'll be wrapping up, and then we'll be doing some challenges that we've never seen before. But if you have any questions about any of the things that we're doing for these walkthroughs, I'm very happy to answer any questions that you might have, because I don't want anybody to feel like they're lost, and I want everybody to be able to follow along. All right, so let's start the next challenge. So this is a guided walkthrough for the Trust Challenge. This is a Docker CTF challenge that's hosted over at dockerlabs.com, or sorry, dockerlabs.es. So the first thing we need to do is we need to download the challenge. So under the very easy category over here, in Spanish it's muy fácil, there's the Trust Challenge here. We need to click on this button to download the challenge. It's going to bring us to the mega.nz website where we can download the challenge. Click on the download button, and it's going to download pretty quick because this challenge is only 140 megabytes. So it's not very data intensive to download these files, which makes it easy in case you've got hard drive space issues. All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the downloads directory now. So we've downloaded the file, trust.zip, and what we need to do is we need to unzip the file. So we're going to do unzip trust.zip, and that's going to unzip two files, autodeploy.sh and trust.tar. So what we need to do for these challenges is we need to use the autodeploy script here. So we're going to make this script executable with the chmod +x command here on autodeploy.sh. After we do that, we see that autodeploy.sh is executable now. So when we run the autodeploy.sh script, it's going to deploy the Docker container that we specify to it in the form of a tar file. And in this case, it's trust.tar. Once we do that, the Docker container is going to deploy. And so we get this message. It says, we are now deploying the vulnerable machine. Please wait a moment. And then it tells us that the machine is accessible at this IP address here. So the IP address here is 172.18.0.2. We're going to be running some scans against the Docker container to hack against it. So we're going to go back to our nmap tab over here, and we're going to run nmap against the Docker container on this IP address with these arguments here. We're going to scan every port on the server with this option here, -p-. We're going to run it to run common scripts and get versioning information for whatever services we find with this argument here. We're going to run it very verbose, which means we're going to get output before the scan is finished with this flag here. And we're going to run it very fast but not too fast with this flag here, -t4. The last thing we need to supply is the IP address that we're going to scan against. And Tigrail on YouTube says, do you have a video that describes your lab setup? When you say lab setup, do you mean... By lab setup, you mean what I use for my virtual machine manager program, or something else? Because basically what I do for all of these demonstrations is these are all running on a Kali Linux virtual machine. So I've got what do I have? I've got VirtualBox over here, and VirtualBox is running the Kali Linux virtual machine over here. And any machine that I want to put on the same network as the Kali Linux machine, I can hack against that. And what are you working on right now? Okay, oh yeah. VirtualBox for life. Thank you very much for the endorsement, CyberNerd Dante. Yeah, so we're currently using a Kali Linux virtual machine, and I recommend using virtual machines when you're doing security challenges like this, because sometimes during the course of your testing, you're going to install weird stuff onto your Kali box, and you definitely want to be able to revert your changes in case something goes wrong, and you make your Kali Linux box unresponsive, or you break some of the some of the libraries or modules that run some of the software. So yeah, that's my recommendation. Anyways, let's run the Nmap scan. And we see that we've got 2 ports open on the system. Let's see, Tigrail says, and when you download the VMs, it just loads in Kali. In this case, we're dealing with Docker containers, and it's actually very, very convenient. The only issue is that you have to install Docker onto your Kali Linux machine. So this is the Dockerlabs site over here. You download the Docker containers and then you deploy them to your Kali Linux system, and then you can hack against them. It's actually very, very convenient if you can get Docker working on your Kali Linux. Sometimes it can be a little bit tricky. But when I'm not doing the Docker containers, I'm usually downloading whole virtual machine images, and I have to deploy the virtual machines with VirtualBox. That's a little bit more complicated, but it's still not super difficult to do. You just have to play around with a few settings. Okay, so let's take a look at what came back in our scan. So we found port 22 and port 80. This is pretty typical for these kind of challenges. Usually you find some sort of vulnerability on port 80, which is the web port, and then you use the information that you get from that to log into SSH, which is on port 22. So let's see what's going on over here. So port 22 is running SSH, which is remote login, of course, and port 80 is running the web page. So what we need to do is we need to figure out what's on the web page in order to do our hacking. So what we're going to do is we're going to there are ads running on Twitch right now. Okay, so no, we're not going to keep going while the ads are running. Everybody on YouTube have an ad. Here you go. And let's go ahead and watch some birds. Here we go. All right, so I'm going to have a little water break. I'll be back in about a minute. Okay, TG Artist says, "Hello hackers, how we hacking?" Well, we're hacking, we're hacking good. We're hacking good. We're just taking a little ad break right now, and it's going to be over in just a little bit. We're hacking super ethically. Yes, we're always hacking super ethically. All right, so let's put the birds away, and then we'll continue. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to enumerate the web server and find out what endpoints exist on it. So I'm going to be using a new tool over here, and it's called FerrixBuster. So FerrixBuster is an alternative to GoBuster, which is another very common directory enumeration tool. And what we're trying to do is we're scanning the web server here, and we're trying to figure out which endpoints, which directories exist, and which files exist on the server. So when we run FerrixBuster, we need to specify a URL. We need to specify a depth. So the one thing that FerrixBuster has over GoBuster is that it runs recursively. So if it discovers a directory, it'll go inside that directory to try to figure out what's in that directory as well. So that's called recursion. And of course, we need to supply a word list. So most of these tools rely on word lists to run properly, and a proper word list for directory busting has a lot of commonly used directory and file names. So in this case, the typical one that we use is located on Kali in the user share word lists dirbuster directory list. Well, this is the directory list 2.3 medium file. The last thing we're going to specify when we're using FerrixBuster is the file extensions that we're going to try to look for. So because we're dealing with Linux challenges here, and all of these Docker containers are running Linux, we're going to be looking for these file extensions over here. So HTML, PHP, TXT, BAK, JS. There are a bunch of common file types that we could look for, but we're going to start with these ones over here. Okay, so let's see. TG Artist says, "Let's go. I got hacker rank level 8 on TryHackMe. Felt good." Okay, awesome. TG Artist, it looks like you're staying consistent on TryHackMe. And Tigerel says, "Thanks, Tavern and Dante. I've had various builds of Kali, but haven't really used Docker images inside of it." Yeah, I mean, Docker's a really cool technology, and oh, this doesn't work. The reason it doesn't work is because it's not the right IP address. So the IP address that we're scanning against is number 18 and not number 17. So let's go ahead and run it against 18 instead. Okay, so what I like about FerrixBuster is that the interface is actually pretty. It looks a lot nicer than the one for GoBuster. So I guess I'm just a sucker for colorful things and nice looking interfaces. And in this case, it found us this endpoint over here. So this endpoint here is called secret.php. So we're going to go ahead and try to access this inside of our web browser. So in our web browser, we're going to navigate to this secret.php endpoint. And this is in Spanish, so we're going to translate this this text. And it says, "Hi Mario, this web can't be hacked." Oh really? Okay. All right. So what do we get from this page? So we got a username. So the username is Mario. So what we can do is we can try to hack. We can try to brute force Mario's password on SSH. So we're just going to keep track of this username. I'm going to make sure that there's nothing inside of the HTTP source here. There's nothing super important here. But what we're going to do is we're going to try to brute force the password for Mario, and we're going to do it over here in Kali Linux. And we're going to use the Hydra tool. So Hydra is a brute forcing tool. We can use it for online attacks. And in this case, we're going to try to figure out what the password is for the Mario user. So let me go ahead and fix this up before we conduct our attack. So the username is Mario. Actually, yeah, the username is Mario because I was thinking about whether or not it should be capitalized. But in most cases in Linux, all of the usernames are not capitalized. So we need to supply a password file as well when we do these kind of attacks with Hydra. The standard word lists for these kind of brute force password attacks is the rockyou.txt list. So the rockyou.txt list is a list of 14 million of the most popular passwords, and we're going to be trying all of these passwords against the Mario user on the SSH service on this server right here. So let's go ahead and run this brute force attack. Okay, so Tigerl says, "I really want to try and replicate step by step what he does in the videos." It says too many errors. Could not connect to port 22, socket errors, connection reset by peer, disconnected. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's run this. Let's run this a little slower. So we're running Hydra. We're running it against this IP address right here. We have to specify a number of threads. So it looks like we were getting a lot of errors because we were sending our request too fast. Well, that's my guess. We provide a username, which is Mario, and then a password list, which is rocky.txt. We specify that we're attacking the SSH service, and then we provide -v for verbose output. Okay, let's try that again. So Tigerail, if you want to go step by step and try to figure out and try to replicate the stuff that I do on my walkthrough videos, I've got a bunch of the walkthrough videos on my YouTube channel. Let me go ahead and take a look over here. And I think the easier platform to try would be the Volnix network. So the Volnix platform over here. I've got a bunch of these Volnix challenges here. I've got 22 different videos. You could try. Most of the time, you can see exactly which commands I'm typing into the terminal before I run the commands. So you could try going through the list over there. Yeah. So Volnix is a pretty good place to start. You could also try out the what is it? Hack the Box. The Hack the Box starting point. Hack the Box is a very nice platform to use once you know what you're doing. It can be a little bit tricky getting the hang of it at first, but Ronan says, "Oh no, wait, say Matista says, just found this account. It's so fun. Is it recorded? I have to leave to study. How do I pick this up later?" Yeah, so all of these live videos, they're all archived. So you can go over to this this URL over here, and you can take a look at any of the previous lives here. And yeah. You can also pause this one if you want to come back to this one later, and then unpause it when you have a little bit of time. So Ronan says, by the way, Hydra telling you to use T4 in SSH. So it does tell me to use T4 in SSH, but I am not a very... I try to see exactly what I can get away with, and when I can go as fast as possible, I do. But in this case, 16 was okay. 16 was slow enough so that it didn't give me a lot of errors. So we found a valid credential match. So the login is the user Mario with the password chocolate. So we can go ahead and log into this using SSH. So Mario and chocolate. Let's do that. So SSH into the Mario user on 172.18.02. So it asks us to continue connecting. Yes. And then the password is chocolate. Okay, and now we're in. Who am I? It says we're Mario, which means we get to call on Scary Hacker Voice Man again.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr... what is this one called again? This one is called, hold on, what is this one called? It is called Trust. Yes, okay, let's go back. Mr. Trust Administrator, it looks like you decided to... It looks like you decided to leave some weird-looking endpoints on your system, huh? Secret.php? Who could have guessed that? I did. Ha 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 ha. We accessed your secret webpage and we found your credentials. Oh, wait. We found your username there. It was only a matter of time before we could brute force our way in as the Mario user, and we found your password, chocolate. Well, now we're in, and it looks like you lose. Anyways, goodbye.
All right, so we're in. So what can we do now? Of course, the first thing we like to do when we arrive on these systems is we try to figure out if we have any sudo permissions. as our current user. So we're working as the Mario user, and we can try to figure out if there are any sudo permissions for this user by giving this command here, sudo-l. Okay, so it looks like Tygrail asks, off topic completely, what is your perspective on EC console certifications? I'm not exactly a person you want to ask about certifications. I do know about some well-known pen tester certifications, stuff like the OSCP and the EJPT and what is the one from Hack the Box? It's called CPTS, I think. But EC Council, let me look that up real quick. EC Council certifications. Okay, so which EC Council certification is best? So this is stuff like Certified Encryption Specialist, Certified Secure Computer User. I've never really dealt with these certifications before. If anybody in chat knows about them, then please feel free to chime in, because I don't have much of an opinion regarding these. But thank you very much for asking. Tiger says ECH was one of the earliest cybersecurity search. Is that Certified Ethical Hacker? CEH? Or wait, CEH? Oh, this is, yeah. Certified Ethical Hacker. Everybody memes on this all the time, because apparently it's not well, I mean, I don't know very much about it. Anyways, thank you very much for bringing that up, Tigrail. All right, let's go on. So when we give the sudo l command, we're going to need to provide the password for Mario. We know what the password is chocolate. So it says here that Mario may run the following commands on this server right here. So this is the name of the server, of course, and so the Mario user can run this binary as the root user. So it says user bin vim. So vim is a very popular text terminal text editor. So one thing about vim is that it can be used for privilege escalation, and we can look it up over at the GTFO bins website over here. So GTFO bins is a resource that we can use to figure out what Linux binaries can be used for privilege escalation. So, I mean, that's not the only use of the website, of course. But what we can do when on the GTFO bins website is we can look up binaries, for example, Vim, and we can see if we can do privilege escalation with them. And for Vim, there's a lot of capabilities we can use with it. So we can look up the one for sudo, which we have. We have the sudo capability for it. And it says here that if the binary is allowed to run as superuser by sudo, it does not drop elevated privileges and may be used to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access. So basically, all we need to do is run this command right here, which is going to have Vim run the command bin sh. So bin sh is a shell command. So if we can get Vim to run the bin sh command and it's running as sudo, then it's going to open up a root shell, because sudo, when you run as sudo, you're running as the root user. So let's go ahead and copy this command over here and then go back to the terminal, paste in the command. So we're going to run sudo as the root user. Sorry, we're going to run Vim as the root user using sudo and give this command here, which is bin sh. When we run this command, we're going to see this prompt here. So a good way to tell if you're running as a regular user or as a super user is the prompt type. So this $sign here indicates a regular user prompt, and the octothorpe or the hash symbol here indicates that you're running as the super user, or root. If we ask who am I, it says we're root, which means
What are you?
I'm system root.
okay, so we're now the root user. So what we can do is we can move into the root directory, and let's take a look at what's inside here. So there's no flag in here because these challenges don't have flags in the traditional manner. What we're going to do instead is we're going to do a little bit of defacing. So we're going to deface the web server. Actually, it's not exactly a web server. We're gonna deface the server here by including a little graffiti file in the root directory. So we're just going to echo out HackerFrogs rule, and we're going to output it into a file called graffiti.txt. Okay, and then we're going to see that there is graffiti.txt in here, and if we read it out, it says HackerFrogs rule. So we've left our little mark over here, and this is owned by root, and we're the root user, which means we've effectively finished the challenge. All right, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Trust Challenge located on Dockerlabs.es. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please leave a like and subscribe on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. All right, so let's continue. So we've got about 13 minutes to finish the next challenge. Let's see if we can finish the next challenge in 13 minutes or not. Let's see. Tigerl says, I obtained ECH and EFHI in 2001, MCSE plus security and security plus around the same time. They all need updating. So one thing I don't like about these certifications is that they need to be renewed at certain intervals. So maybe 3 years, maybe 5 years. And it seems like a bit of a cash cow by these companies. Of course, sometimes your job requires you to have these certifications in order to qualify for your work. But it just seems it's a cash cow. Yeah. So I mean that's another reason why I'm not a person who's super into certifications. I do understand why they're required, and if you don't have experience in a certain field, having a certification does show your employer or your potential employer that that you have some sort of some knowledge regarding certain topics. So let's get out of here and let's shut down the Docker container. The last thing we need to do is we need to do some cleanup and get rid of the files that we were using. So let's get rid of the trust files. Let's get rid of the auto deploy file, and let's start the next challenge. Tigerl says, I've just been out of the industry for quite a few years and I'm trying to get back into it now. Tigerl, if you work in you work in tech, obviously. I'm pretty sure you're working in some sort of tech related job. Are you in contact with people who work in the cybersecurity industry in your town? If not, then I would highly suggest trying to find a local cybersecurity meetup. So just in case you live in a major city, for example, I live in Vancouver, and I could look up a cybersecurity meetup. Any really large city is probably going to have a group of cybersecurity people who meet up in person and talk about different cybersecurity things. It's not guaranteed, of course, and meetup.com is probably it's a pretty good resource. Of course, I'm not saying that this is the only website you can use to try to look for these groups. So if I take a look at cybersecurity systems for control systems, this isn't my group. but they've got 301 members, and apparently they do. You're gonna want to look for a group that does regular meetups, and these people just did a meetup on. They're going to do a meetup on March 5th, so this is a pretty active group. If you're wondering which organization I'm with an organization called DC604, which is a DEF CON group, and DC604 has they have a monthly meetup, and people talk every month over there and about different security topics. And what I would do if I were you is try to figure out which cybersecurity meetup is closest to you, and try going there and hanging out with the cybersecurity professionals there. There's usually a bunch of professionals and or students, other people are trying to get into cybersecurity industry. You can mix and mingle, and and it's probably the best thing you can do if you're trying to find a job in cybersecurity is to get to know a bunch of people who are already in the industry. Tiger L says, I live in the sticks where there's very little IT groups. I found out about several in Dallas, but that's about 5. Ooh, that seems kind of far. So Dallas Fort Worth probably has one of the biggest cybersecurity communities. So I think they're called AHA. What are they called? Dallas Cybersecurity Meetup. They're actually pretty well known. So let's see. They should also have wow, they've got a lot of people. And trying to grow relationships online and through LinkedIn. I see. Well, I understand that sometimes it's not too possible to go to these in-person events, and yeah, you could probably make some connections with the people in. Oh, huh, that's weird. It looks like some people got auto-modded. That's unfortunate. Okay, well, sorry. What were we talking about? But yeah, if you can't attend in-person stuff, then LinkedIn and trying to meet people online is also a pretty good alternative as well. Anyways, let's get going. GX000 I'm confused now. I was told it would be Tuesdays for the next few months, but it's showing up on Thursdays in March and April. Huh. GX00 is talking about the schedule. I think I'll get back to you, GX000, and I'll confirm whether or not it's happening on Tuesday or Thursday. But Tigrel, yeah, it's all about making connections, because cybersecurity is all about it's the people that do cybersecurity, so it's important to get to know the people. Anyways, let's see if we can do one last challenge before we switch gears. Okay, so everybody, this is this challenge here. Okay, so everybody, this is the Break My SSH challenge that's located on Dockerlabs.es. This is a Docker container challenge, and the first thing we need to do is we need to download the challenge. So we can go ahead and click on this button right here under Break My SSH to go to the download page. So from there, what we're going to do is click on the download button. And this is a very small challenge, so we should be downloading it very, very quickly. We're going to go ahead and go back to our downloads directory here. And in the downloads directory, we've got the challenge here. So this is a zip file. We need to unzip it. And that's going to unzip the tar file as well as the sh file. So what we need to do is we need to make the auto deploy script over here that we just unzipped executable with chmod plus x autodeploy.sh, run that, and then we need to run the auto deploy script. /autodeploy.sh, and then supply the name of the tar file that's associated with the challenge, which is breakmyssh.tar. Okay, so after we do that, the autodeploy script is going to deploy the vulnerable Docker container, and it's going to deploy it to this IP address right here, 172.17.0.2. So this is the IP address we're going to be scanning against. So we're just going to copy the IP address, then we're going to go over to nmap, and we're going to scan the machine. So when we run nmap, we're going to scan the server, and we're going to try to figure out what ports are open on it. So we do that by scanning all the ports with this flag right here, -p-. We're trying to figure out what, if we find any services, we're going to run common scripts and get the version of the software by running this running nmap with this argument here, -s_C_V. We're going to get very verbose output from the program by running it with this flag right here, -VV, and we're going to run it very, very fast, but not too fast, with this argument here, -T4. So the last thing we supply is the IP address, which is this. Let's run the nmap scan. Okay, so it came back really, really quick, and we only found one port over here. So the port in this case is port 22, which is running the SSH program. So we can see that the name of the challenge here is called Break My SSH, which means that we're going to have to find some way to access the SSH service. So in this case, what we need to do is we need to brute force the SSH completely, and we can do so. Oh, we got ads running on Twitch. Let's go ahead and show some birds. Here are some birds. To everybody on YouTube, I'm going to show you an ad. Here you go. And I'm going to have a little drink. So please enjoy the birds. Okay, Juvenile says, Lamau, are you laughing at the birds? Okay, Oreo Bite says, you're doing the Windows box thing today? I'm going to pick up some food real quick. This is, so Mondays we're doing Linux. So the next time we're doing Windows is probably going to be on, it's going to be on Friday. So yeah, so I'm not going to be doing that stuff on stream until Friday. You know, we should talk. We should talk offline. And we'll talk about if we can do some coordination and talk about that Windows stuff. But thank you for the reminder, Oreo Bite. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's do some more hacking. So what we're going to do is we're going to do both username and password brute force on SSH. So this isn't something recommended at all, because brute forcing against SSH when you know a username already is already kind of sketchy enough. But when you're brute forcing both the usernames and the passwords, that can get a little bit well, it's usually not successful, but sometimes it is. And in this case, because there's only port 22 SSH exposed to us, we don't have very many recourses. So what we're going to do is we're going to run another brute forcer program, and usually you see people use Hydra for brute force, but in this case we're going to use ncrack. Ncrack is an older program, and it's made by the same people who made the nmap program, and it's actually a deprecated program. But the thing about deprecated programs is that deprecated programs still work, and sometimes deprecated programs work better than your usual programs. And in the case of ncrack, the reason I'm using ncrack is because it doesn't do... So usually if you give a program like Hydra multiple usernames, it'll do one username and then all of the combinations of the passwords. And then after it's done all the combinations of the passwords, it moves on to the second username, and then it does all the passwords against the second username. But ncrack seems to do it a bit more. It doesn't do it that way. So that's why I'm going to be using ncrack for this particular job. So let's go ahead and run ncrack. You need to supply a number of things to ncrack before it works. You need to give it a protocol, which is SSH, in IP address. You need to supply a user list or a username in the form of this over here. And in this case, we're going to give it 10 million usernames. That's a lot of usernames. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to supply a password list. So we're fuzzing for both usernames and passwords. And we're going to try to do it as quickly as possible with this argument here, -t5. So let's go ahead and run this. And hopefully it doesn't take too long to get what we want from the program. So it says starting ncrack over here, and maybe I should have run this in verbose mode, but it's not giving us any error messages. So I'm going to assume that it's running. And in the meantime, we can, if anybody has any questions about cybersecurity or life or anything else, you can go ahead and leave those in chat. Brute forcing can take a long time. Where am I running this? I was running this inside of the Nmap tab. Shouldn't be doing this. Okay, so while we're running this, let's go back over here. This is the break my SSH challenge over here, and we're currently doing some brute forcing. So the thing about brute forcing, and especially doing brute forcing on this platform here, is that sometimes they put the password that you're supposed to use at the very end of the list, which means that the brute forcing is going to take a really long time. Tigerl says, why not Hydra? So the reason why we don't use Hydra in this case is the way it handles username and password lists, and the way that Hydra covers the situation where it has both a username and a password list is that it does username 1 and then all of the passwords, and then it does username 2 and then all the passwords. Ronan says, wow, 46 megabytes for a box is amazing. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what you can do with what is it? With Docker containers. Docker containers are notoriously small. So this might take a really long time. If we don't get any results in a couple of minutes, I'll just tell you guys the answer, because I do know that the username and password combination is inside these two lists. It's whether or not it takes like a million years. It's whether or not it takes a million years to actually get there. Yeah, that's the real question. But if we that's the problem with these really big lists. Another list that we could be using, I guess, is the what is it called? There's a Unix usernames list as well. So maybe we can look for locate. There's a list of Unix users or common Unix usernames. Let's see, grep user. Unix users, right. Metasploit framework Unix users. Let's take a look at how many users are on this list. So it looks like there's 174 users on this list. Let's take a look at it real quick. Okay. So we've got a bunch of Okay, let's get out of here. So this Unix users list, it doesn't have any, it doesn't look like it has any regular users, like, users like John or David or whoever. And it just has a bunch of names that are associated with services and such. But it still hasn't come back. Okay. Let's just do some magic, and I'll tell you what's going on over here. So in this case, we're actually brute forcing for the root user's account. And actually, wait, I might be able to do this the regular way if we assume that we're looking for the root user's account. So we would do Hydra. And what was the Docker container is at 17, okay. So if we're assuming that we're looking for the root user's account, and we give the RockU list, word lists, then we find it right away. Okay, so that's assuming that we know that we're looking for the root user's account. But this is the these are the credentials here. So root and Estrella. So we can go ahead and log in as root and the password is Estrella, and then we're in. So the thing is that we're the root user already. So it's this is both the initial access and the privilege escalation, because we get access directly as root. And that means
Hey everybody, it's Scary Hacker Voice Man. It looks like you left your root account accessible, Mr. Break My SSH administrator. We decided to do some brute forcing of our own, and we found the root user's password. It was Estrella. Anyways, now we're in as the root user, so it's game over.
okay, so we're the root user now, so we can just wander on into the root directory, and we're going to see that there's nothing in here, and there's no flag associated with these challenges. So what we're going to do is we're going to do some classic hacking stuff, and we're going to be doing some defacement. So we're just going to echo out into the root directory HackerFrogs rule, and we're going to save that as graffiti.txt. So we've left our graffiti over here. And we've effectively finished the box. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the Break My SSH challenge over at Dockerlabs.es. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please leave a like and subscribe on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, so everybody, now we're finished with our guided walkthroughs, and we're just going to move on into doing some actual challenges that we've never seen before. So we've done a number of these easy challenges over at Dockerlabs. Some of them have been a little easier than other ones. Some of them were a bit involved, but I think we're currently on this challenge right here. It's called Secret Jenkins. So Jenkins is what is it? It's a CI/CD platform where you can test development for your web application. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Let me look it up real quick. So Jenkins software. Jenkins is an open source automation server which enables developers around the world to reliably build, test, and deploy their software. Yeah. So this is continuous integration, continuous deployment, CI/CD type of software. And it looks like we're going to be taking advantage of this. Well, I mean, I could be wrong, but the name of the challenge is very heavily implies that we're going to be interacting with it. So let's go ahead and download the challenge. Samurai Dante says like and subscribe. Yeah, I guess that's the that's the thing we're supposed to do. We're supposed to chill ourselves. Okay, so this is downloading. Let's go ahead and get out of here, and then we can shut down the old Docker container. We're going to wipe the known host file for this particular IP address because it's going to be used over and over again. And the rest of this stuff here, let's clear off this stuff so we can get ready for the new challenge. Okay, so this new challenge is, let's get rid of this other stuff here as well. And let's get rid of the auto deploy. Let's unzip the new challenge, secretjenkins.zip. So everybody, these are new challenges, and I haven't seen them before. I don't have the answers. If you know, I might ask anybody here for some advice because I'm not the greatest hacker known to man. When I do my walkthroughs, of course, I've got the information because I've done the exercises before. But hopefully I don't get stuck too badly with these easy challenges. But who knows? Okay, let's run the container, and then we'll figure out where the IP address is. It's probably 172.17. Yep, that's exactly what it is. So my guess is going to be 2 open ports. We got 2 open ports. Okay. So the port on 80, the service on port 8080 is probably going to be the Jenkins service. So 8080, it says site does not have a title, and it says robots.txt one disallowed entry. So But let's see, MC25 was left a message a little while ago. I wonder if they're still in chat. MC25, if you're still in chat, let us know. Thank you very much. All right, so let's MC25. I'm sorry that your message got auto modded because you put GTFO in there. I need to change the auto mod robot, the bot over there. Okay, so there's 8080. There's site doesn't have a title. There's 1 disallowed entry for robots.txt. So we should probably investigate that. So over here, let's go ahead and go over to port 8080. Okay, this is Jenkins. So Jenkins is continuous integration. But is it integration or is it something else? Continuous deployment, and this is this lets people test out their web applications. Okay, so let's go ahead and check out the robots.txt entry over here. So robots.txt is a file that you can include on your web servers to indicate which parts of the website are accessible and not accessible to search engine robots, like those from google.com. And it says we don't want robots to click build links. So user agent star disallow everything. Okay, so there's so it says build links, so that indicates to us that there's probably going to be some sort of maybe there's going to be a build endpoint. So we can go ahead and try that out. Let's see if there's a build endpoint. I love this picture, it's great. So it says not found, this page may not exist, or you may not have permission to see it. Interestingly enough, maybe we can access the dashboard without being logged in. And we also have a version for Jenkins as well that we see over here. So there's Jenkins 2.441. So we can well, I guess we can remember this and we can search for a potential hack. So 2441. So let's try searching for that. 2441. Okay, so we found something for Jenkins 2441, and this is local file inclusion. So that means we could potentially get local web server files by using this script over here. So let's go ahead and copy this script over to our current directory, and we're just going to do search exploit -m for mirror. I think that's what it is. We can copy this script to our own directory, and then we can take a look and run the script. So let's just try to run this. It looks like I've used this script before. Anyways, let's so it looks like we have to supply a. It looks like, man, you do so many of these CTF exercises, you start seeing the same exploits for different software versions. So let's go ahead and access this on 7.2.17. Whoops. 0.2. Okay, file to download. Let's try etc. password. Okay, so we do have local file inclusion on this web app here, and we were able to discover this script that works with this particular version of Jenkins because we were able to determine the software version when we tried to access the application over here. So just down here, I wonder if we can just access so we can't access, This is very funny, because the only reason we were able to access this page is because we tried to look at a page that doesn't exist. I wonder if this was intended or not. Anyways, okay, so we managed to access the etc. password file. The etc. password file shows you all of the users on a particular system, and we see that there are a couple of non-standard users here. So there's the Bobby user, and they've got their own home directory here in home Bobby, and they have their own terminal, so their own shell bin bash. MC25 says main page may also show a version with something like web or Wapalizer. That's a good point. So if I go over to here and we use the Wapalizer tool, do I still have it? Does it still come standard on Kali Linux? I'm not sure if it does. But what we can do is we can take a look at the source code, and sometimes the source code will also expose version numbers. Not in this case. Tigerl says CVE. Oh, okay. Is this the one for Jenkins? Let me take a look. So cross-site WebSocket hijacking vulnerabilities, allowing execute CLI on Jenkins controller. Let me double check. This. That this is the one we're dealing with when I'm using this script. So it should say it up at the top. So this is CVE 2024 Not exactly the same CVE, but this is the one from the script. Let me paste it in the chat. But yeah, it looks very, very similar, and it's from the same year. Actually, wait, it's the next one up. Okay, okay. Anyways, so we know that there are two users that we can enumerate on the system. So there's Bobby, and there's this one over here, Penguinito. So let's go ahead and create a little file. We're going to call this the users.txt file. Okay, and let's get just the usernames. And I guess we can add root onto this as well. Actually, maybe not. Okay, we can do some brute forcing. We can see if Tigerl says does not disable a feature of its CLI command parser that replaces an @ character followed by a file path and argument, allowing unauthenticated attackers to read arbitrary files on the Jenkins controller file system. Yeah. Actually, you know what? That's how the exploit works. But one thing I'm kind of just interested in right now is whether or not these two users have SSH keys. So we're just talking about public key encryption in the first part of today's stream, and let's take a look and see if either Bobby or Penguinito has SSH keys that we can steal. So that would be in the home bobby.sh. Let's see, ID RSA. Let's see if Bobby has. Nope, Bobby does not have it. Okay, how about home Penguinito .ssh ID RSA. Okay, so they don't have one. Tiger, no, no need to apologize. Let's. What I should be taking a closer look at these vulnerabilities. Like, what was it? Which CVE was I looking at? This one. Let me do a quick search for this. So this is from NIST, which is the organization that keeps track of all these CVEs. So let's see. Jenkins, this version and earlier, does not disable a feature of its CLI command parser, which replaces an @ character followed by the file path, which allows unauthenticated attackers to read arbitrary files on the Jenkins controller file system. Yeah, actually, wait. This looks like the exact same. This is the same thing as the other CVE description. But yeah, if you're interested in looking up these CVEs, they usually tell you what kind of vulnerability exists for a particular CVE number, and you'll see that they're usually associated with a number as well. And so basically, all of the CVEs are given a score from 0 to 10, with 10 being the most devastating, vulnerabilities. In this case, it's given a score of 9.8. I don't quite agree with this, because even though you can look at arbitrary files on the system, you can only read them if you know where they are on the system, and you can't run arbitrary code. So it's usually like the most devastating CVEs are the ones that allow arbitrary code execution. But in this case, you can just this is just arbitrary file read. But it's still a very serious vulnerability. Anyways, let's let's try a little brute force attack. So we know 2 users on the system. There's Bobby and Penguinito. We can try using ncrack. And ncrack, let's do SSH. Users.txt. And we're going to use rocku.txt. Okay, let's try doing some brute forcing. We might not find anything, but we'll run the brute forcing in the background, and we might be able to find something. Okay, so ncrack is running. Of course, I'm using ncrack instead of Hydra because we're dealing with more than one user. And we found Bobby's password. Okay, so I guess we'll just get out of here. We found Bobby's password, and we were able to determine that Bobby is on the system by doing the local file inclusion attack with the Jenkins software. And using the Jenkins software, we were able to read all of the users on the system. And from there, we did our brute force attack. So now we can access the system via SSH as Bobby. Ooh, Bobby, yes. 1702. Their password is chocolate. Tiger says, I guess I overthink everything. Well, sometimes you just need to consider like the challenge that you're looking at. And because we're dealing with these easy challenges, there's a meta to them. So the meta is usually pretty... It's very, very brute force heavy when you're dealing with very, very simple challenges. But anyways, we've got ads running on Twitch right now. To everybody on YouTube, here is an ad as well. And let's watch the bird. Actually, wait. How about my favorite video? This is my favorite video. Please enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about a minute or so. Okay, so we just got access. From here, it's usually pretty easy to get privilege escalation on these easy machines, but sometimes you can be thrown a curveball. We'll see what it's like in just a little bit. All right, let's put the birds away and we will continue. Okay, so oh man, I have to improvise my scary hacker voice guy again. Just a second.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Guy. Scary Hacker Voice Guy comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Secret Jenkins Administrator, it looks like you have an insecure version of Jenkins on your running in your web application. That was a big mistake. We enumerated the version of Jenkins, and then we searched for in exploits, and then we got arbitrary file read access on your server. From there, we decided to take a look at the user list, and there was a couple of users that we found. From there, we did some brute force. We did some brute forcing, and we found out that Bobby's password is very, very easy to crack. It was chocolate. Well, maybe you knew about these security flaws, or maybe you decided that it was worth the risk. Well, you decided to accept the risk, and now, now we're in.
All right, so the first thing we want to figure out is if we have any sudo permissions on the box. We do that with the sudo l command. And it looks like we can do some lateral privilege escalation as the Penguinito user by using sudo as the Penguinito user with Python 3. So Python 3 is a scripting language, and we can use the scripting language to open up a shell. And if you're interested in taking a look at the entry over at GTFO bins for Python, this is it over here. So what you can do with Python is that you can open up a shell by using the python-c argument. So in this case, we're going to do sudo as the user Penguinito, and we're going to run Python 3, and we're going to run a command with it. So in the command, we're going to import the sudo terminal module, and then we're going to run the sudo terminal module function spawn, and we're going to spawn a bin bash terminal. Unknown user Penguinito. Did I spell that incorrectly? Let me... Penguinito. Okay, so it's spelled with an I. Okay, let's do that command again. Let's spell the username correctly. So if this works, this will give us a shell as the Penguinito user, and now we're the Penguinito user. So we've opened up a terminal as the Penguinito user. If we ask who am I, we're a Penguinito, so we're going to go into their home directory. And it looks like Penguinito doesn't have any files in their home directory. So we can also figure out if this user, Penguinito, has any sudo commands that they can run. And it looks like they can run as the root user with no password. They can run the Python 3 command again, but they can only run it on this particular script. So the script is in the opt script.py. It's in the opt directory. It is the script.py script. So let's take a look at the file permissions for that particular file. If we can write to it, then this is a very easy privilege escalation. So we can we can read the file, but we can't write to the file. Maybe we can give ourselves write permissions to this file. So let's see if we can nano this file. We shouldn't be able to. If we can modify the file, it's very, very easy. Nano. Okay, there's no nano. Maybe we can use vim. There's no vim. Maybe we can use vi. There's no vi. Okay, it looks like we can't. Looks like there's no text editor on this file. Can we overwrite the file? Let's go over to the opt directory. Cat then echo over it. Yeah, maybe we can do that. Let's try adding to the file. Let's try adding. Let's try this. So it says permission denied. Maybe we can give ourselves write permission to the file. What is what would it be? chmod. Actually, is there a chmod command? Maybe there isn't. Okay, there is the chmod command. Let's see. How about chmod plus write to opt script.py? Okay, so So the first three are for the file owner. The second three are for the first three are for the file owner. The second three are for the file group, and the third three are the global permissions. So it looks like I can write to this file. So I should be able to do this. Yeah, okay. So we can write to the file now that we've made the file writable. So let's take a look at what's in the contents of the file. Okay, so so this is what we're going to do. All we need to do is we need to do exactly what we did before, but we're going to do, what was it? I'm going to add this to the end of the file. It's going to be opt script.py, and we're going to do import pty.spawn bin. Whoa, what happened here? Oh, this is this looks really weird. Okay, let me see if I can finish out this command. Bin bash. What happened to my terminal? Okay. I'm gonna have to get out of here. Okay, now we're the Bobby user. Let's run this command again. Okay, now we're back to being the Pinguinito user. That was really weird for a second. Okay, so let's. Okay, that didn't. We weren't able to copy over the command. Let's try doing that again. Okay, so we're going to echo out, and we're going to add on to script.py. We're going to do import pty.spawn bin bash. Why does it keep on doing this? I have no idea why it keeps on. Shell is spawned in Python might need to rows and columns. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to craft this in another terminal, and then I'll craft this in another terminal. So in another terminal, we're just going to do echo to script opt script.py. We're going to echo out import pty.spawn bin bash like this. So it's probably craft as Bobby and temp, then move. I'm gonna try this. If it doesn't work, we'll try something else. But hopefully this is the more straightforward way to do it. Let's just paste this in, enter. Okay, so we've got the command that opens up the shell over here. So let's just run sudo python3 opt script.py. Okay, so that it didn't work because it errored out. It errored out because this was supposed to be in quotes, and I forgot to do that. Let's run this command. Ooh. I don't like the look of that. Okay. One more time. We're going to overwrite the script instead. So we're just going to overwrite the script with this command. And we're not going to bother with the rest of the script. Okay. So run this. And then, so the only thing in here is this command right here. So when we run the script, we get a root shell. Who am I? We're root. So we play this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so let's finish the box. So to finish the box, we're just going to move into the root directory, and there was an SSH. I wonder if there was an SSH key in here. No SSH key. That's fine. Okay, we're just going to leave a graffiti here, and then we're going to say done 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 like dinner. So echo HackerFrogs rule. Let's see, graffiti.txt. And let's see, MC25 says, before you close with the LFI, can you check Jenkins home in the secrets initial admin password and var lib secrets initial admin password? Want to see if they use the chocolate password if it exists in that path. Maybe. Let's okay, so we've got the graffiti.txt file here. Yep, HackerFrogs rule, awesome. Okay, let's go into the web directory. cd, yeah, Jenkins home. And what are we looking for? So MC25 is looking for secrets initial admin password. Secrets. So the secrets is here. And they've got a secret key, not so secret file in here. Interesting. Let's take a look. It's a blank file. It's a blank file. There's a secret.key file in here as well. Secret key. I'm not too sure how this is used. This is the contents of the secret key. But let's see. MC25 asked if there was something in the secrets directory. So cd secrets. Okay, so there's initial admin password. So there's a hash. So is this hash? Let me check out the hash. Maybe it's an API key for Jenkins. Let me see if I can crack this real quick on CrackStation. Crackstation.net. So crackstation.net is a place where you can put hashes, and if they have an entry, they've got a bunch of rainbow tables for common hash types like MD5 and SHA-256. And okay, so there's no, we can't crack it that easily over here. I wonder if this is a hash or if this is some sort of let's see. MC25 says that should be admin password for the login page on the website. So was default cred file location, default username admin, and that file as the password. Default username admins, and that file is the password. This file. I wonder what kind of encoding is applied to this. So is this like, what is it? Hex to ASCII. So if I put this hex string in, am I going to be able to get? No, this isn't. This isn't human readable. Okay. But anyways, we finished the challenge. But thank you very much for MC25 for giving us more stuff to look at inside of Jenkins. I think that's the plain text password. Do you think this is the actual password? Let's try this out in the Jenkins application. So over at, where's the Jenkins application? Here? Okay. So the username would be admin, and the password would be this. Okay. So admin, is the admin, is it with an S? Okay. But okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So let's start our cleanup. Let's get out of here, get out of here, get out of here, and then let's do our SSH keygen cleanup so that we can reset the known hosts. And for the Docker container, we'll shut that down. And let's remove these files. So I think if anybody, if y'all would indulge me for just a second, I'm gonna do a little write-up as I go for this machine. So this is easy. This was called Secret Jenkins. I'm gonna write up a little summary of how we did the machine. Okay, let's make this nice and big so that everybody can read it. Control plus. Okay, nice and big. So what do we find on the box? So there's port 80, 8080, and 22 on the box. What else? So the next thing was there's Jenkins running on the web app at port 8080. When we navigate to a non-existent page, the version of Jenkins is exposed. We research that version number of Jenkins and discover there's a LFI hack for it. We use that hack to discover the usernames for the system and brute force the SSH login for the Bobby user. Once logged in, the Bobby user has sudo access as the Pinguinito user with the Python 3 program. The Pinguinito user has access to the Python 3 program as root, but only when accessing the opt script.py file. we own that file, so we can give ourselves write access to it, then write whatever we want to it, including opening up a shell. And since it's running as sudo, it's a root shell. Oh, all this typing is killing my hands. Finis. Okay. Thank you very much to everybody for letting me write that up. Okay, let's download the next file, the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be the hidden cat challenge. Okay, let's go ahead and download this file, and then we can begin. Okay, let's get ready to catch that file. These other terminals over here, I'm just going to do a little bit of cleanup. Okay, so we've got the Docker container here, hidden cat. Hidden cat. I wonder what kind of challenge this is going to be. Let's unzip that file, and then give the auto deploy script executable permissions, and then we're going to start up the hidden cat machine. All right, so we don't have any music right now, so I'm gonna play some music from one of my favorite old school video games. That's called Castlevania Symphony of the Night. It's got some really good music, and I hope you guys enjoy it. Here you go. That's loud. Okay, so if anybody thinks that the music is too loud, give me a shout out in the chat, and I'll try to adjust the volume. Okay, so we've got the Docker container running over here. MC25 says, all I remember about that game is whips and bats. Well, there's a lot of whips and a lot of bats. It's actually a really good Metroidvania type game. If anybody loves platformers or games like Metroid, I guess it is a classic and it's really good. Music is so good. Okay, let's run the nmap scan. Did I? It's running. There are no ports? Oh, okay. So there's a chance that we're not dealing with TCP ports in this challenge because there are no ports open. Okay, so that means we're gonna have to run a different type of scan, and the type of scan we're talking about is the UDP port scan. And UDP port scanning is not very fun because there are a lot of false positives, and it's just a big pain in the butt. But let's see if we can find any UDP ports. Okay, so we didn't find anything? We are scanning for UDP ports, right? hold on. I need to make sure that this is the correct. This is the correct command. Let me check with the AI. Is this the correct syntax for running nmap UDP port scans? Think about that. Okay, there. SU, right. Let me compare this with This is what I copied, right? Yeah. It says scanning one port. Let's increase the verbosity. Nothing's here. Let's increase the number of ports from... Actually, it says host seems down. If it's really up at blocking our ping probes, try PN. It seems down. Hold on, it's running. It's running on... Oh, is it blocking ping probes? Is that why we can't read it? Hold on. We've got ads running on Twitch. People on YouTube, here's an ad for you as well. We've got, what do we got? Oh. Definitely a hidden cat, says Tigrail. Yup. Okay. Time to get those peanuts. MC25 says, oh, I thought I beat the system by watching on YouTube and chatting on Twitch. Yeah, maybe. Okay. So everybody, everybody who can see the video, the stream right now. So this is what I wanted to showcase. So the Stellar Jays, they can see through the plastic container here, and they do know how to rip lids off of containers to try to get their peanuts. It's just something I wanted to showcase over here. I love these birds. They're smart little dudes. Okay, let's put the birds away. Okay, so let's run the same thing, but let's do it without ping scans. All right. MC25 says need to glue one to the plastic and watch them rage. They'll destroy things when if they're not getting their way. Anyways, let's try running it without a ping and see if anything comes back. Huh, still can't find anything. It's disappointing. Okay, let's man. It says that it seems like it's down. It's only scanning one port. Let's run ARP scan. ARP scan. Which interface is this? Let me check just a second. So this is the Docker 0 interface. That's not Hold on. What do we have to do here? I haven't used ARP scan in a while. Actually, we should probably do a ping scan first. So let's just ping scan it. Ping scan this machine to make sure it's up. So we'll ping scan. So it's 2. We just need to figure out if the machine is actually online. So it does say it's online. But when we it says the host seems down. Nothing. Oh man. I can't. Alright, let's try the UDP scan again. Can't find a darn thing. Okay, so the Docker machine is up. We can't find anything. We scanned all the ports over here, didn't find anything. If anybody has any advice, I'm very open to it. It's not something... Let's try more UDP ports. Let's try 500. That could take a while. Can you ping the machine? Yeah, I think I can ping the machine. Wait, well... Ooh, I can't ping the machine. Okay, so it says host unreachable. Yeah, I should probably try... No, the thing is that I was able to do a ping scan. I got this thing with the ping scan using Nmap. Oh wait, I didn't find it with Nmap. I only found my own machine. Whoa, okay. Well... OreoByte says, usually I have issues with Docker and basically cheat by setting the -- host for things like PowerShell, Empire through Docker, but not sure what would help. So let's try to find the machine. So this is a little puzzle in itself. We should probably try to find the machine using ARP-scan, because it uses ARP instead of ping. So let me try using ARP-scan. So ARP-scan, need to figure out how to use this thing. Okay, so ARP-scan options hosts. So targets can be IP void addresses or host names. So sudo arpscan I docker 0, and we need to supply an IP range. So the IP range is going to be 172.168.0.24. Okay, let's see if this works. It didn't respond. It feels like I'm going crazy here. Let me ask Docker. I mean, DeepSeek. Okay. I want to use ARP-scan. to scan a Docker interface. Is this the correct syntax? Okay, so it looks like I didn't. This is... okay. Is this correct? There are a few considerations to ensure it works as expected. You can verify Docker network configuration with Docker network inspect bridge. Look for the subnet, and gateway fields. Okay, let's try this command. Re-download. Okay, so we've got our subnet and our gateway. That looks correct. Let's see. OreoByte says -- host your network to be host. I mean -- network host. Docker network what? Inspect. At least one argument. Okay, so I guess we did inspect bridge. Let's try re-downloading it. I think we've had this problem before, where where we've had problems with these Docker images because we something went wrong. But anyways, let's try re-downloading the challenge. Okay, back over here. We'll re-download the challenge and then try one more time. Target may be using a proxy or VPN. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. I'm not too sure what we would do to try to figure it out. To try to figure out where the target actually is. But everybody, there are a bunch of people in chat with very helpful suggestions, so I appreciate that. Okay, so we're gonna redeploy this container and see if it works this time. Unzip. And then make the thing deployable. Okay. Hopefully we can find the thing after it deploys this time. Okay, let's try pinging the machine first. Cannot ping the machine. So this might be intentional. Let's do... Let's do our nmap ping sweep. So this might take a little longer because apparently it's on a /16 network, which is a lot more hosts. I think it goes from 256 to like... What is the /16 network? It's a lot of hosts. /16 size. Oops. Okay, the /16 network is going to have 600 65,000 possible IP addresses. So this is going to take a while, but we can probably try to do our ARP scan on another terminal. IP link show. Ensure that Docker 0 is in the correct interface name. Look for the Docker 0 interface. So we know that it exists. Your command is correct, but here's a slightly more robust version with additional output for debugging. Okay. If you want to specify the subnet, you can do this. Let's try this. So the Docker 0 network interface is here. What? State down. Wait, why is the state down? I didn't. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for pointing that out, Oreo Byte. To prevent this // file by mistake, you can do @Google and send in your Firefox browser. Drop your URL into a run. Okay. Big Doggy 101 says ARP scan may not work as I don't know if you're even active on the network. Yeah, right. I don't know what the heck happened here. Let me... So the Docker 0 interface seems to be down. How can I bring it back online? I have no idea. If config Docker 0 up. Let me try that out. Operation not permitted. Hold on. The AI says, first confirm that the interface is down. So IP, yeah, so it says that the Docker 0 interface is down. You'll see something like this. Yes, it is down. Okay, bring the interface back up. Use the IP command to bring Docker interface up. Sudo ip link set Docker 0 up. Sudo. Oh, you're right. I didn't do sudo. Let's try this one. It still says down. I mean, this is weird. So the Docker container says that the machine is online. Okay. Sudo bang bang. Let me try. What are we doing here? Okay, so if config Docker 0 up. Let's try this with sudo. And then let's see if it actually came up. No, it is still down. Sudo ip link set Docker 0 up. Okay, we ran this. It's still... This is weird. Let's see. Big Doggy 101 says no carry. I think it means that whatever driver is backing is refusing to let it come back up. I may be wrong. Doing IP up or ifconfig up isn't working. Okay, let's do a fun little video redeem because we haven't done one in all. Because we haven't done one in a while. How about the Devil's Bedroom?
Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the Devil's Bedroom. Not every geek with a Commodore 64 can hack into NASA. I mean, these servers have more firewalls than the devil's bedroom.
I wonder if the challenge actually is affecting the state of the Docker interface. Let's try shutting down the Docker container. Okay, so the Docker container is off now. It's still down. Does Docker setup need to be run with sudo? No. When I'm deploying this Docker container, it doesn't need sudo. Restart the Docker daemon. Yeah. I think it should be talking about. It should talk about this in. Yeah, the AI talks about this. So systemctl restart Docker. Okay, now let's see if it is up. It is still down. AI says no carrier status for the network. Indicates that the physical layer is not operating properly, often because an Ethernet cable is not plugged in, or there is a hardware issue. That's weird. Even after restarting the Docker service, it doesn't do anything. KenPDX says, not sure most government agencies even had firewalls back when the film came out. People, including in the government, used to put stuff out naked on the internet back in the early 90s. Well, I mean, I'm sure they were using the word firewall as a buzzword, and they probably didn't know what they were talking about as far as hacking was concerned. Because most people, they probably didn't have enough, well, they probably didn't bother hiring somebody, some sort of consultant for that show. And if the show we're talking about is Prison Break, by the way. Maybe delete and recreate the default network. After restarting, okay. So show Docker 0. I'm pretty sure this is still down. Yeah. Check Docker network configuration. Recreate the Docker 0 instance. Stop Docker. Okay. So we can stop Docker, we can delete the interface. Stop Docker. Stopping, but its triggering units are still active. Docker.socket. Okay. Then it wants me to delete the Docker 0 interface. And then restart Docker. The Docker interface no longer exists. And then we restart the Docker service. Okay, let's see if it is up. It's there, but it's still down. Check for conflicting services. If the Docker 0 interface continues to go down, check for conflicting services or network configurations. You can inspect IP tables to ensure that Docker's rules are intact. I thought this was part of the challenge. Okay, so Docker user, Docker... What's in the auto deploy script? Okay, we can take a look at the auto deploy script here. Actually, oh, you know what? They've got an option here where if Docker isn't installed, to install Docker. That's funny. Or is it? Wait. Yeah, they try to install Docker if it's not installed. Okay, so I don't think the script does anything funny to the Docker installation. At least I don't think so. So it tries to run docker run container name, image name, right? Yeah, I don't think it does anything strange. Reinstall Docker. That might be the case here. Restart Docker, recreate the interface if necessary. You know what? I'm gonna try resetting my VM. I'm gonna take my VM. I'm gonna power down my VM and I'm gonna bring it back up. So I'm just gonna shut down, and then I will restart my Kali Linux VM. Okay. The light. Let's restart the Kali Linux VM and let's see if that solves anything. Just a second, everybody. We're doing it live. Let's see. So, check if the bridge network is backed by a hardware interface that does not exist. What else? I remember watching them create the Windows photo in a behind-the-scenes video. It took a lot of work. Are you talking about this photo? This window thing? I thought this was created with CG. Personally, the Shy Hat is my name, and Hackin's my game. Okay, so let's make some terminals and let's bring ourselves back online. So sudo dh client eth0. And yeah, Docker 0 is still down. That is weird. Run the docker inspect command again. Oh, okay. Hold on. I mean, this looks fine. Docker bridge name Docker 0, right? I don't know. I guess what we need to do is uninstall Docker. But I don't remember how to install. We're gonna have to try to install Docker again. That might be a lot of fun. Let's see. Recreate the interface if necessary. Maybe system CTL. Okay. So we, if the issue persists, consider checking system logs for more detailed error messages. Okay, let's try this. Reference but unset environment variable evaluate. I don't know how to parse this information. Is there any unusual activity in this system log output? Yeah, there's nothing. It doesn't look like there's anything. Unset environment variable. What? There's a few unusual and noteworthy log entries. Unset environment variable. What it means. Docker is referencing an environment variable in its configuration that is not set. Due to a misconfiguration. Check the Docker service configuration file. For any references to environment variables, ensure that all required environment variables are properly set in the Docker configuration. Ignoring and failing to remove files. You know what? I might just revert to a previous. I'm going to revert to a previous snapshot for this machine. That'll probably help me out. Okay, ad break ends in 1.5 minutes for everybody on YouTube. Here's an ad. There's stuff going on Twitch. I'm gonna revert my machine. Just a second. I'm just gonna shut off my machine. I'm going to revert to a previous snapshot. Okay, so I'm just going to do that in the background while the ads run. Enjoy the birds. I'm going to revert to a previous snapshot. Okay, so I've reverted to a previous snapshot, and I'm restarting the machine now. So this is what I was talking about. Sometimes, if some really weird stuff happens to your VM, you can just revert to a previous snapshot, and that'll solve the issue. Hopefully. Okay, so let me. Ah, these birds. Okay, putting the birds away. I've got my previous snapshot for my Kali Linux machine, and hopefully that solves the problem. Okay, Docker 0 is still down, but let's start up the... Let's download the machine again. Dockerlabs. Dockerlabs. Hold on. My ETH1. I need to reinitialize this. Let's see. Okay, let's re-download that machine. Tigerl says previous life snapshots would be nice. Previous life snapshots. Yeah, sure would be. Sure would be. We could make it big in the stock market. Okay, let's download that Hidden Cat challenge again. And then deploy it. Okay, it should only take a little bit of time. I just reset the MC25 says I'd just reset for that perfect sip of coffee and keep it simple. Yeah, right. How many snapshots would you have? It's a good question. All right, let's did we download the file? It should be done. Okay, hidden cat. Let's unzip that thing. This all of this. The problem with doing live demos is that sometimes stuff just goes horribly wrong. Okay, let's go ahead and run auto deploy with hidden cat. Okay, so the Docker network should be online now. It still says it's down. Murphy's Law. Yeah. This could be a case of Murphy's Law. Why is the Docker 0 network down? Hold on. I want to make sure that I'm not crazy. What I'm going to do is I'm going to download another Docker container, and I'm going to start that one up. Because it worked with all this other stuff. So I'm going to download Secret Jenkins, and I'm going to deploy that one. Murphy was an optimist. Ken PDX, sometimes I really agree with that sentiment. Let's did it download? It should be finishing downloading now. Okay, so let's try deploying the Secret Jenkins. Yeah, let's replace that thing. Because I didn't have any other problems when I was trying any of these other machines. Secret Jenkins.tar. Okay, so this should work. I really hope it works. Alright, so yeah, now the Docker machine is up. But what is this other interface? Oh, is this some sort of splinter from the Docker 0 interface? So the Docker 0 interface goes up when I've got a Docker container running, and the Docker container is the Secret Jenkins container. Okay, so I think it's just that one challenge. That one challenge doesn't go up. That's the one that container is connected to, I think. Yeah. So I think it's this challenge, the hidden cat.tar challenge, that's messing everything up. Whoops. So let me check. So there's no Docker container running right now. So the Docker 0 interface is down. This makes sense. When we start up the hidden cat container here, then the interface should go up. Big Doggy says Docker 0 is the host. The VETH one is the one that's passed to the container, I think. Yeah. Okay, so hidden cat container should be up now, and we should be able to interface with it on this IP address. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be able to ping this thing. No, we can't. If we take a look at the Docker 0 interface, it's down. even though we just deployed this machine. You know what? I'm gonna try deploying the secret Jenkins one as well and see if it makes any difference. But I think there's going to be a problem because they're all going to try to use the same IP address. You know, I'm gonna try it out anyways. It should get a new IP. Oh, it's given the same one. They can't share the same IP address. That's a problem. So now it says that this is up. You know what? I'm going to skip this challenge, because this challenge is dumb. This challenge is giving me too much headaches. I'm going to skip this challenge. Hidden cat, you can go kick rocks. How about we get rid of the hidden cat stuff? And we're going to get rid of the secret Jenkins stuff. And let's download a new challenge. Okay, the next challenge is the backend challenge. Okay, let's download this. If something is giving you problems, you can move around the problem by not addressing it. I'll take a look at man. I'll do a little more research after the stream is over. Big Doggy says, maybe the shell script isn't correctly breaking down the container, so it breaks when you have two. Could be. I haven't had any problems with this, with running one container after another before, so I'm not sure why it would become a problem now. Anyways, let's unzip this. So this is the backend challenge. Okay, so I think the music has kind of run its course for Castlevania. Let's go on to another list. How about we do... Let's get the Valhalla playlist and try this out. Okay. All right. So let's see if we can actually scan this thing. That would be nice. Let's try pinging it. Okay. So there's no problems. There's no problems pinging this machine. And let's try Nmap scanning it. This is Nmap. Let's give it a nice shiny color. I can't believe that challenge made me reset my reset to a previous snapshot. Did the hidden cat show the Dockerlabs logo? I mean, it should have. Oh, are you Tigrel? Are you trying to say that it was some sort of Docker hijacking, that somebody replaced the regular hidden cat thing with something that shouldn't have happened? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go and investigate it later. Okay, let's scan the darn thing. What is it? SCP and then T4. Okay. Maybe. That's we got port 80 and port 22. So the name of the challenge is backend. So there's probably a web app involved. We should probably take a look at it. Okay, so let's check it out. Okay, so this is an interesting... Maybe the image was corrupt. Could be. I need... yeah, I definitely need to check it out later. So we've got a home page. We've got a login. This is the home page. It's index.html. Let's check and see if there's anything funny in the comments here. Nothing funny in the comments. Hold on. Need to adjust something in my room. Okay. Let's take a look at the login page. So, wow, these colors were a choice. I'm going blind. Okay, let's inspect the code, the source code. What's going on here? So login.html, okay, this is a post method. ID login, login.php. Login.php. That's funny because this is login.html, but it sends an action to login.php. I should probably do some enumeration on this box, some web enumeration. Let's create a little tab. Call this webinum. Okay, and let's run derb first. Sometimes derb can get some good results. Didn't find anything super interesting here, but let's try Nicto. Okay, we found a CSS directory. Let's try running... I'm pretty sure I haven't... In this previous snapshot, I hadn't installed the Ferrix Buster tool yet, but I guess we can install it again. Okay, that works. Let's run Ferrix Buster. Let me grab my notes. Just a second, everybody. This is on Dockerlabs. What was that machine that we were... Ah, okay. Just a second here. So we're gonna run Ferrix Buster. I really like, I really like the all the flashy colors with Ferrix Buster. It, I don't know. It just makes me a little happier to see, you know, like progress bars and like, you know, in different colors. But what do we find? We found login.php, we found index.html. We probably want to go over to login.php to figure out if it's vulnerable to something. So let's go from login.html to login.php. Oh, okay. So login.html gets passed off to login.php. Let's try... Actually, let's try SQL login bypass. Let's figure out if it's vulnerable to this. It says wrong credentials. Huh. So it redirects us to this logerror.html endpoint. And this hurts my eyes as well. Oh man, okay. Okay, so we didn't manage to find any other pages so far. So login.css, login.php, login.html, login index.html. Why is there a login.css? Let me take a look. Oops, that's not how you spell CSS. Style.css, login.css. There is definitely something fishy going on with this web page. CSS directory listing, we didn't find anything in there. Let's do a curl request directly to that page. Login. Let's go to login.php. You know, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to start recording some stuff inside of Burp Suite. Okay, so we didn't get anything from this. Let's try HTML. Okay, I'm going to start up my Burp Suite. So from here, we're gonna... I might start doing some fuzzing, because we did find a PHP page. Go to proxy, open up our Burp Suite browser. Go to the login page. Wrong credentials, okay. Another thing we could do is we could try to fuzz for default credentials, because sometimes the web apps do be like that. Okay, so password. Okay. Let's, we've got all this stuff recorded in Burp Suite now. So we're just going to go over to our post to login.php. Let's go ahead and put that in the repeater. OreoBite says rebooting the VM worked. No. It turns out that the problem was with the image. The image for that particular challenge. And the challenge was, what was it? Hidden Cat. So we decided to give up on Hidden Cat because it wasn't working. And we moved on to the next challenge, which is backend. We moved on, yeah, we rebooted to a previous... I think there was never a problem. I don't think there was ever a problem with our Docker. It's just that there was something wrong with the image, with the Docker image. This one over here, Hidden Cat. Anyways, let's move on. Okay, so we've got our request, and then the response in this case is found. And if we follow the redirection, it takes us to the error page. Okay, so login error.html. OreoBud asks, how hard are Dockerlabs? I've only ever done the easy Docker... Well, okay, we did the very easy Dockerlabs, and the very easy Dockerlabs are... They're very, very predictable. So the very easy Dockerlabs over here, you can do each of these very easy Dockerlabs in under, I would say under an hour each. That's including, like, you know, thorough examination of them. But when you get to the easy level over here, it gets a little trickier. And well, I would give it a go. I think OreoBud, I think we were talking about online about maybe doing some collaboration. We could try doing we could try doing a couple of these Dockerlab containers over here, and it would be interesting to see how much easier it would be if two people collaborated on it together. Anyways, let's try to do some brute forcing here. I'm going to copy to file, and we'll call this request.txt. Then we can do some brute forcing. Yeah, we should set up a time. Maybe next Monday, because we usually do Linux stuff on Mondays. Or just give me a message on Discord. We'll talk. Okay, so FFUF. We're going to use a request. OreoByte says, I still want to finish that Windows stuff. We should talk about that Windows stuff as well. Whoops. Okay, so we probably want to... We want to fuzz with both a username and a password list. Actually, we probably don't need to... We probably just want to use the admin user, try to, log to brute force the admin user. So in here, we're going to brute force the password. So username equals admin and password equals fuzz. And from here, okay, so we're probably going to try... Actually, is there a list of default passwords? Locate default. Okay, we've got default usernames, default passwords. Let's just try throwing. Let's just try throwing RockU at it. So user share wordless. RockU.txt. Okay, so these are all 302. Wait, let's see if we can find one that's not 302. So we're going to filter on code 302 and figure out if there's anything that's not 302. So as you can see, this is probably an these are probably anomalies right here, because they've got funny characters in the password. Then again, it is breaking. It seems to be breaking the application somewhat. So I can go ahead and try one of these and see what kind of message we get out of it. Yeah, it's the special. It's the Oh, you know what? This might be some indicative of some sort of SQL injection, right? Yeah, that could be an SQL injection. Where's that thing? Here. Yeah, okay, it's an SQL injection. What comment? I feel bad for making that comment. What comment? Did you What are you talking about? Okay. So this is an SQL injection vulnerability. So I guess what I could do is I could throw SQL map at it, right? So should I do SQL map right now, or should I do SQL login and bypass? Let me try the login bypass first. So admin for 1 = 1, wrong credentials. Okay, we got an ad going on Twitch, so people on YouTube also get an ad. And let's do these birds. Okay, gonna take a water break, just a sec. These birds never quit. Okay, so what can we do? So I haven't done I haven't used SQL map in a while, so let's try using that. Got another half a minute of ads. Oh man. Let's put the birds away. Let's get ready to run that SQL map. So SQL map, yeah, it looks like every one of these passwords that has the single quote in them, they got the alternative status. All right. What can we do from here? We've got our request file over here, request.txt, SQL map, SQL map. Man, I forgot how to use this program already. Let me look up a cheat sheet. Okay, so how to install, checking for SQLi vulnerabilities. Request file, okay, so R path to request file. So requests, okay. And Got to redirect to logerror.html. Do you want to follow? No. It looks like the backend DBMS is MySQL. Do you want to skip payloads specific to other DBMSs? Yes. Okay, let's do this. Oh, thank you very much. 8-bit Bandit TX just subscribed with Twitch Prime. Thank you very much, 8-bit Bandit TX. And welcome to the HackerFrogs. Why don't you have one of these? Hack the planet, buddy.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get it!
Okay, so it says post parameter username appears to be MySQL and time-based blind query sweep injectable. So post parameter username. So it found a post parameter that it can use. Do you want to retry to find proper union column types with fuzzy test? I guess we're gonna say no for right now. And what else? Injection not exploitable with null values. Do you want to try random integer value for option union character? So let's say yes. Injection not exploitable with, okay, let's say yes again. Post parameter username is vulnerable. Do you want to keep testing the others, if any? Let's say no. Okay, so we managed to find it. And I guess the first thing we need to do is we need to do some enumeration. The first thing we want to do is we want to figure out the database name, right? Every time I use SQL map, I forget all of the commands. Okay, so how about database? Okay, let me just try asking the AI. It's probably the faster way to do this. Where are we? DeepSeek. Okay, log in with Google. Verify I'm human. Very human. Let's see. So I need to continue. What is it? Okay, okay. This is too much. I just want ChatGPT now. Okay. Stay logged out. I'm using SQL map for a CTF challenge. How can I use it to output the database name? Okay, so to get the database name, you use the --dbs flag. Okay, let's do that. --dbs. Okay, so we got some stuff. KenBDX says CO2 plugin from Burp Suite is good for building SQL map commands when you can't remember all the options. Thank you very much. Cybersecurity Queen is raiding with a party of 39. Wow. Amazing. Thank you very much for the raid, Cybersecurity Queen. My name is the Shy Hat, and we're doing CTF challenges right now. Thank you very much for the follow. Malvidal. Please tell me how to pronounce that name. Thank you. And everybody, raid. Everybody hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get it!
The raid alert was so loud. Sorry about that. But welcome Raiders, and welcome Cybersecurity Queen. Cybersecurity Queen, what were you getting up to on your channel? And if anybody can tell me what Cybersecurity Queen was doing on her channel, let me know, because I heard that she was doing the Bandit CTF last time I checked. Alright, so my name is the Shy Hat. We're doing a little challenge over here from a site called Dockerlabs. This is a site where you can download vulnerable Docker containers and do hacking against them. It's a Spanish language site, but you know, all of you clever hacker people can probably get around that. Let's see. Cybersecurity Sweden says, looking into pen testing certifications, OSCP. Peanut Gamer says, studying for Security Plus and looking into OSCP as far as we were watching. Great. Thank you very much for following, Mr. Poolshot. Thank you very much. But to anybody who has Kali Linux and Docker installed in it, this is a great little still a great little platform for doing CTF stuff. You can download vulnerable Docker containers and then do hacking against them. They've got a bunch of different categories for like muy fácil and medio and difícil, which correspond to different difficulty levels. We're currently doing the what challenge are we doing right now? We're currently doing the backend challenge over here, and we discovered SQL injection on the web application. So what we're going to do is we're just going to use SQL map to do some enumeration of the database. So we've got, we probably want to check out this user's database and try to find out more information about this. So, we need to figure out the tables inside of this database here. Okay, so we were just chatting with ChatGPT about how to use SQL map because I keep on forgetting. Darkstar says, "Oh, now we learn instead of being abused." Who was abusing you, Darkstar8852? Let me know. You shouldn't be hanging out with anybody who abuses you. We're here to learn about all sorts of stuff. Darkstar is crying. Lies, says Cybersecurity Queen. I don't. Okay. I hope there's no abuse going on in on any Twitch channels, because that'd be unfortunate. Okay, so this is the user's database. We need to figure out what tables exist. So is it -- tables like this? Oreobyte says, which dark star is this star? Ken PDX says, now I see the violence inherent to the system. Okay, so there's the Usarios table over here. So we know that the database is the user's database, and the table is the Usarios table. We need to figure out the columns next. Whoops. Hold on. Usarios. So remember, this is a Spanish website. It's a Spanish platform. So everything's going to be in Spanish. So database is users, but the table is called Usarios. So let's see. Unable to retrieve column names for table Usarios and database users. Do you want to use common column existence check? Let's go ahead and try. So which columns word list do you want to use? How about the default one? Number of threads, how about 1? It's not going to take super long. No columns found, that's weird. Oh, you know why? I think the reason why we're not able to find any column names is because this is Spanish, and like the word list doesn't have Spanish words in its in the word list. So how about we locate and we look for Spanish. Language Spanish, Spanish, subdomain Spanish, web content Spanish. How about column name Spanish? So locate column grep Spanish. Nope. Okay. What else can we do from here? So we know the table is... How about we just dump it? Dump that table. Can't dump the table without the names of the columns. Okay. Can we... check how to use dump with SQL map? It's probably good advice. Thank you very much for that advice, Masai Panda. Okay. How do we use command in SQL map? Specify a target database and optionally a specific table to dump its data. Okay, well, I mean, we've got the database name. We've got the tables. I think, I mean, it looks like, I think I'm using it correctly. How about we just dump out the entire user's database? Let's see, Darkstar8852 says you were looking for usarios under users. Okay. We got Paco. We got Paco, Pepe, and Juan. Paco, Pepe, and Juan. So let's save out these usernames and passwords. Darkstar says, listen, I'm only kind of fumbling my way through this. Darkstar8852. I don't use SQL map on a regular basis. We did manage to dump out the usernames over here and the passwords. So we're going to check to see if there's any password reuse. And so we're just going to create one file called users.txt. Actually, we'll just create it. We're going to create a file just called credentials. So it's Paco, actually Paco, username Paco, password this, and Pepe, password is this one, and Juan, with this password right over here. Okay. CZ Nix. How do you pronounce your name? Please let me know. Sizenix. That's my best guess. Thank you. How long have you been doing this? I started learning about cybersecurity stuff back when the pandemic started. So we're going on 5 years now. Previous to that, I knew nothing about technology. So I went from 0 to where I am now in about 5 years. Zinix. Thank you very much for the clarification, Zinix. I will try to pronounce your name correctly from now on. Okay, so we've got our credentials. We can try these credentials on the SSH service here. So we've got three distinct usernames we can try. So let's go ahead and try that. We're going to rename this session. This is going to be my reverse shell tab. And we're going to make this red because it's dangerous. Okay. Let's try SSH as the Pepe user. Whoops. 0.2. What is Pepe's password? That's a good question. I need to read that file. Pepe's password is this. Pepe's in. Pepe is in. Zinix says, what language did you start on? I learned Python first. I'm not super good with Python even now, but I also dabble in assembly as well as C language. And let's call on Mr. Hacker, Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man, to talk about how we got into this server.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Mr. Backend Administrator, it seems that you didn't check your web application for SQL injection. Turns out we were able to exploit the system using the SQL map program, and then we dumped out all the credentials. In the credentials were your SSH credentials for the Pepe user, and due to your lack of diligence in security, now we're in.
Let's see. OreoBite says, after learning new techniques in hacks, how often do you automate something with your own small tool, or do you rather do things manually? OreoBite. So I would say that I'm not at the point in my hacking career where I feel like I'm super confident about automating everything. What I like to do is I like to do things manually where I can, so that I develop a good muscle memory for what to do. It's one of the reasons why I try not to run automation scripts. I'm still trying to get a good feel for how to do security testing, and doing everything the manual way is it's one method I use to memorize what I should be doing when I do this kind of testing. So let's continue on. So we're in now, and we're the Pepe user. So one thing we can do is we can try to figure out if Pepe has any sudo permissions. There's no sudo command on this system. The next thing we can do is we can try to figure out if there are any SUID binaries on the system. So we would do that by running the find command with these parameters here. This is unusual. The ls command is usually not an SUID binary. So by SUID binary, we mean a binary that can run with the permissions of its owner, which in this case is probably root. So if we take a look at the permissions for the ls binary here, they should be owned by root. And if it's running with the SUID binary set, we should be able to read any files on the system. I need to double check this. We're going to double check this on GTFO bins. Huh, there's no entry for ls? That's weird. There should be an entry for ls. Maybe hack tricks. You know what? Let me try ls. Actually, wait. ls, I don't know if ls actually gets us anything, because actually wait. Maybe we can take a look in the root directory. Yeah. We can just look inside the root directory, because the ls command is running as root. And there's an SSH Okay, let's there's nothing in here. There's a password.hash. Can we read that? I don't think we can use the ls command to read this random file here. Wait, it's got read all. This is really funny. This is really funny because there's read permissions on this file. Okay, let's go ahead and read it. Cat root pass.hash. Permission denied. Wait, why would it be permission denied when it says it's universally readable? That doesn't seem... It says it's readable. What can we do from here? Can I copy the file out? I don't think we can. Yeah, we got permission denied. Oh, yeah. We can't read it. Yeah, that's unfortunate. What can we do from here? What's the profile? The profile... Actually, a good question is, what other users... There's only the Pepe user. There's nothing in our home directory. Although we can see inside the directory, we can't read anything in here. Or can we? Okay, let's take a look at our... We're not part of any special groups. Zinix, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Hey, why don't we give you a fun little redeem? Which one have we not done in a while? How about Go to Hack? I hope everybody can have a great time and go to Hack.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle,
Yes!
you hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day. Hope everybody's having a great day. It's a Monday, but we're starting off strong. What are we doing here? So I wonder if there are any other... Whoa! grep usually is not an SUID binary either. Hold on. Man, this box is so zany. Let's see if we can find an entry for grep. Grep, yeah, grep with SUID. Okay, so file read. It can read data from files. It may be okay. So we can grep. Yeah, okay. We can read that file hash. Grep with the empty filter. Yeah. Okay, so what do we do? So L file equals file to read. So we want to read that that hash file, right? So L file is -root /root/ what was it called? Pass.hash. Yeah, pass.hash. Okay, then we use grep with the L file. Okay, so this is the password hash. I don't know what kind of password hash this is. We need to identify what kind of hash it is. Just read the flag and we're done. let's see if we can interpret this on CrackStation. So crackstation.net is a fun little website that we can use to try to crack hashes. Bingo! It's SpongeBob. It's SpongeBob 34. Okay, so this is probably the root user's password hash. So we would switch users to root and supply that as the password, and now we're root. Who am I? We're root, which means we do this.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so Big Doggy says IDE dump the SSH key. If there is one, then you can just log in with it. There wasn't an SSH key in this. Didn't know that empty SU is just root. Yeah, that's one of the fun little tricks. If you do CD by itself, you also go to your home directory, and if you use SU by itself, it automatically tries to log you in as the root user. Saves you typing 5 characters. Yeah, it sure does. Okay, so we're now root inside the in the system. So all there is in here is the pass.hash file. We've got ads running on Twitch. When there are ads running on Twitch, we do not progress, and we play our favorite bird videos. Here you go. People on YouTube also get a ad. There you go. And everybody, I'm just going to have a little water break. Just a second. OreoBite says, I just use CD tilde, CD, and CD. Yeah. Sometimes you can save yourself a little bit of time by knowing these shortcuts. Okay, we've got another 20 seconds of ads. Let's see if we can get that. Oh, these birds are vicious. That's a dark-eyed junco right there. If you live on the West Coast, they're pretty much everywhere, but these are great little birds. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's finish up. All right, so we're very close to finishing up this machine. All we need to do now is just leave some graffiti. So we're going to deface. There are no flags on this on these challenges here. So what we're going to do instead is we're going to do a little bit of defacement. We're going to leave our calling card on the server here with the root account. So we're just going to echo out, and we're going to echo out to a file called graffiti.txt. What is our graffiti going to be? HackerFrogs rule. Please don't set your ls and grep binaries to SUID. It's not very safe. See you next time. Okay. It's the best calling cards are the ones that let you know how you can secure your system. All right, so let's cat graffiti.txt. Awesome. All right, so everybody, it was friendly. You know, we're not trying to be bad people here. We're trying to be as nice as possible. So before we go, I want to do a little write-up on how we finished this system. So let me this was the, what is it called? Backend. this was the backend system. Let's do our little write-up. Okay, so how did we finish the system? So there are ports 80, 22, and 80 on the box. What else? On the web server, there's an endpoint called login.php, and it's vulnerable to SQL injection. We use this SQL map command to dump the database. Okay, let me get the SQL map command, because I like to take note of any important commands that we use to compromise the system. Because where are we? Oh, SQL map is not here. It's probably working on it in this. It wasn't this terminal. Yeah, no, it was this terminal. Okay. So this is the SQL command that I used to dump out the database. Okay, from there we get a set of credentials to log in to SSH. So it was the Pepe user's credentials. Okay, and once in, we find that the following two binaries are set to SUID, ls and grep. Combining these two, we are able to look in the root directory and find a file named pass.hash with a password hash. We use the, what was it? We use the crackstation.net site to determine the, thank you very much for following, Radius. Radius? I'm gonna assume that's Radius. Thank you very much for following and welcome to the HackerFrogs. Why don't you have one of these? Ooh, it's a Unix system.
It's a Unix system. I know this. It's all the files of the whole park. It tells you everything.
So did you know that using Unix will protect you from dinosaurs? Jurassic Park told us so, and why would they lie? Alright, so we use crackstation.net to determine the original plaintext password. We use this password to switch users to the root user. Venus. Done. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everybody who stuck by and watched me fumble my way through this. I eventually got there. But let's. So we're gonna be taking off pretty soon. But before we do that, let's talk about when we stream. So we stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and we're currently on Wednesday. So we did. Actually, no, we're on Monday. So we did RSA encryption earlier in the stream. Then we did some walkthroughs for some easy containers over at Dockerlabs, which is the site that we're using right now. And we did our free hacking portion over here, including Secret Jenkins, but not Hidden Cat. That challenge can go kick rocks. And we'll be back on Wednesday. We're going to be starting our network hacking unit over at HackerFrogs after school. And we're going to be learning how to do CTF boxes like the ones that we're doing now. And what else? So Wednesday is going to be Web App Wednesday. So we're going to be doing the NATA CTF. We're going to be doing Web App enumeration. This is going to be a demonstration of the early levels for the NATA CTF. And then after we do our demonstration, we're going to be moving on to new levels of the NATA CTF. I think we left off at level number 10. We're going to be doing that for our third topic. That's going to be on Wednesday. And on Friday, if you're interested in Windows hacking, we're going to be doing Windows hacking on Friday along with some assembly programming. So we're trying to learn how to do assembly programming through this one website called, what is it called? It's called asmtutor.com. This is just a website which can walk you through how to learn x86 assembly, specifically with Linux. Cipher Enigma says, kick rocks with open-toed shoes. Yeah. Go. That's my new favorite go-to when I want to tell people to go away. Anyways, so we're going to be doing more lessons on ASM Tutor and learning how to do assembly. Assembly is really fun when you learn exactly what all these little instructions are doing. Let's see. Does ASM Tutor have a Windows version? I don't think so. But the thing is that if you learn assembly with Linux, you should be able to translate that over to Windows, and it shouldn't be too difficult because they're still using the x86 assembly instruction set. Let me see if I can find something really quick. So assembly ASM x86 Windows tutorial. Okay, we've got some x86 assembly guide. Okay, so x86 assembly 64. Looks like we've got some tutorials here as well. Getting the tools. Okay, they talk all about these memory registers. Great. Yeah, so I'll link to this. There you go. And before we go, let's see if there are some awesome people streaming on the InfoSec Streams channel. Nobody's streaming on the InfoSec Streams channel. How about on Twitch? In general. And I'll go ahead and check on my own Twitch. Just a second. Oh, my friend SnowX Cones is on. Okay. SnowX Cones is a streamer who does leak code. She does leak code, and she also does co-working. And she's just a fun and great person in general. So if you have any questions about how to get into software engineering, you could ask her. And if you're interested in doing leak code, you can ask her about that stuff as well. Anyways, but thank you very much to everybody who came by from the raid, from Cybersecurity Queen. And I appreciate you all. Let's do a little shout out to everybody in chat. Thank you very much to people like OreoBite and Cipher Enigma, Dark Star, and who else is here? If you want to be shouted out, let me know in chat. Big Doggy 101, MC25, and who else is here? Zinix and Masai Panda and Ken PDX, Cybersecurity Queen, of course, Peanut Gamer 9. And I could have sworn there are some people on YouTube as well. Tygrail, thank you very much for watching today, Tygrail. And let's go back and see if there's anybody else who wants to be shut out. Nino, thank you very much, Nino. All right, so let's start the raid. We're going to be going over to SnowX Cone's channel. If you could give this raid message, that would be great. Frog, and then hip hop hack, and then another frog. Just like that. Alright, so we'll be back on Wednesday with more hacking fun. Can't wait to do Windows stuff. We'll get there eventually, OreoBite. Thank you very much. Okay, let's start the raid. And when you arrive on the channel, please give the raid message Frog Hip Hop Hack Frog. Just like that. Alright, so everybody raid in 3, 2, 1, and we'll see you next time.